Chapter 122. Yang Dingtian was startled and stood still. With his back facing Shimin Ju, he said coldly, "Why? Is Steward Shimin going back on his words and denying the trial by duel?" "Of course not." Shimin Ju said coldly, "A loss is a loss, and a win is a win. The trial by duel is sacred, and no one has the right to destroy it. Therefore, when you wanted to kill Qin Xiaobai earlier, none of us stopped you." Yang Dingtian asked, "Then why did you call me?" Shimin Ju looked at Yang Shishir and said loudly, "Yang Shishir is suspected of murder. Arrest her immediately and choose a date for the trial." When he said this, everyone's expression changed, including Great Elder Yang Yan. Yang Shishir was his daughter. Shimin Ju looked at Yang Yan with a determined gaze and didn't say anything. Based on his trust in Shimin Ju, Great Elder Yang Yan nodded. Immediately, 4 judgment warriors jumped down from the city wall and went forward to capture Yang Shishir. Meanwhile, Yang Shishir was immersed in grief. After being captured, she was only slightly startled. She then continued to hug Qin Xiaobai in pain, allowing the 4 of them to take her and Qin Xiaobai away. Everyone immediately revealed looks of admiration. Yang Yan and Shimin Ju were truly selfless. "Yang Dingtian, you can't leave like this. At least, you have to wait for Great Elder Yang Yan to announce the result," Shimin Ju said. He then said to Yang Yan, "Great Elder, please announce the result." Yang Yan's expression changed. He couldn't help but suspect what Shimin Ju meant. Could it be that he saw that the situation wasn't good and decided to switch sides in front of everyone? However, under everyone's gaze, the situation was pressing. He didn't have any leeway to turn around. Yang Yan took a deep breath and said loudly, "I announce that in this trial by duel, Yang Dingtian is the winner. Shimin Yan is not guilty." Instantly, the plaza erupted into cheers. Yang Yan and the others' expressions became even more unsightly. Shimin Ju said, "Yang Dingtian, do you think it's fair to deal with it like this?" "Sure." Yang Dingtian frowned. However, he instinctively felt that this matter wouldn't end so easily. "It's good that it's fair." Shimin Ju said coldly, "The trial by duel is sacred. No one can taint it. We have to be fair to you, but at the same time, we have to be fair to the other party. Next, I'll ask you a few questions. Please answer truthfully." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Everyone could see that things were not over yet. Next, there would be another great wave. Yang Dingtian turned to Shimin Ju and said, "Please speak. I will only answer what I can. Let me ask you, what stage is your profound qi cultivation at now?" Shimin Ju asked coldly. Yang Dingtian's heart went cold. This Shimin Ju's eyes were indeed sinister. He found the most crucial point in an instant. 3-star Xian warrior, Yang Dingtian said. Shimin Ju exclaimed in admiration. In just 9 days, he advanced from a 9-star mystic martial artist to a 3-star mystic martial warrior. Such talent and such progress is unheard of and unseen. Hearing Yang Dingtian's praise, Yang Dingtian's frown deepened. "Of course, I won't ask you where you went during these 9 days. What did he rely on to break through? This is your privacy. You have the right to not answer." Shimin Ju went straight to the point and blocked Yang Dingtian's words. Immediately after, Shimin Ju asked again, "I'll only ask you this. Under normal circumstances, would a 3-star mystic martial warrior be able to defeat a 4-star mystic martial master? A 4-star mystic martial master is 11 levels higher than you. His cultivation is several times higher than yours. Furthermore, it is a battle that transcends levels. Under normal circumstances, I'm talking about under normal circumstances. Is there a possibility? Under normal circumstances, it is impossible. But without a doubt, I am special." Yang Dingtian said. "That's right. You are abnormal." Shimin Ju said. "I'm talking about special, not abnormal." Yang Dingtian said coldly. Alright, I'll take it that you are special. Shiman Ju said coldly, then 200 years ago, there was a special case, a special duel. Everyone should still have an impression of it. It was almost the same as today's situation. Once these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. That's right. It was a very famous event. It was also an event that had the most far-reaching influence. It changed the fate of countless people. This duel destroyed a powerful sect, the Wooden Sword Stronghold, as well as the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. The duel was between the Wooden Sword Castle's young master, Li Tianshao. The other was the Northwest Qin clan's third young master, Qin Yi. The third party involved was our Cloud Heaven City's 9th-generation city lord's daughter, Yang Tingting. Shiman Ju said, back then, Miss Yang Tingting was an outstanding beauty and was known as the Northwest's #1 beauty. Back then, the Northwest Qin clan wasn't as powerful as it is now. Back then, the Wooden Sword Castle hadn't declined and was ranked as one of the 3 sects and 9 clans. Hearing the name Li Tianshao, Yang Dingtian had obviously heard of it before. Even the entire world had heard of it. This was the most notorious name in the past 200 years, and it was also the name with the most heinous crimes. He was the biggest traitor of the Heavenly Law Union in the past few hundred years, and the number of people who died at his hands numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Dugu Shao had even mentioned this name not long ago. The previous owner of the soul tool ring that he gave to Yang Dingtian was Li Tianshao. Shiman Ju continued, back then, Li Tianshao and Qin Yi adored Miss Yang Tingting. Li Tianshao was outstanding and handsome while the Qin clan's third young master had astonishing talent and martial arts. Both of them had deep feelings for her, which made Miss Yang Tingting unable to make a choice. Therefore, Miss Yang Tingting decided to travel thousands of miles with the two of them and venture to the far west to cultivate. She hoped that she could make the right choice during the journey. However, half a year later, only Li Tianshao and the Qin clan's third young master returned. They also brought back Yang Tingting's corpse, which had been humiliated and in a terrible state. Even though almost everyone present had heard of this story before, when they heard it again, they couldn't help but gasp. A beauty that was as beautiful as a fairy, had a noble status, and was pure as ice and jade. She had 2 infatuated and outstanding men who were crazy for her. She was supposed to be the happiest woman, but unexpectedly, she had such a tragic ending. Back then, Li Tianshao and Qin Yi's third young master both accused each other of torturing and killing Miss Yang Tingting, but they couldn't produce any evidence. Back then, Wooden Sword Castle, Cloud Heaven City, and the Northwest Qin clan investigated for 3 months, but there were still no results. Therefore, both parties agreed to a trial by duel. Whoever lost would die and whoever lost would be guilty. Of course, this trial by duel required the agreement of the 3 parties, Wooden Sword Castle's young master Li Tianshao, Qin clan's third young master, and Cloud Heaven City's agreement. As everyone knows, Wooden Sword Castle's young master Li Tianshao was outstanding and talented. However, he was far from the Qin clan's third young master in terms of martial arts. Back then, Li Tianshao was only a 4-star great mystic martial master, while Qin Yi was a 5-star martial mystic expert. The two of them were 11 levels apart, and they were fighting across levels. After Shiman Ju finished speaking, he looked at Yang Dingtian and smiled. What a coincidence! They were 11 levels apart as well, and they were also fighting across levels. Shiman Ju's words were full of ulterior motives, but Yang Dingtian didn't care. Shiman Ju continued, everyone thought that Wooden Sword Castle's Li Tianshao wouldn't agree to this trial by duel, but unexpectedly, he agreed. It was also on the trial day of every month, and the sun was also in the sky. The trial by duel between the two of them was held in Cloud Heaven City. That's right, what a coincidence. It was also at the place where Yang Dingtian and Qin Shaobai had their duel. What's even more coincidental was that the duel also happened on the 23rd day of the 10th month. The time and location were exactly the same. It was just that it was 200 years ago at this time and 200 years ago at this place. These words had even more ulterior motives. Similarly, it was an extremely shocking and unexpected result. Wooden Sword Castle's young master Li Tianxiao was retreating step by step, and when he was about to lose his life, he suddenly counterattacked. His strength increased drastically, and he instantly killed young master Qin Yi. Shiman Ju continued, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. However, there was no doubt that the trial by duel was sacred, and no one dared to question it. Therefore, even though they had doubts in their hearts, everyone accepted this result. Cloud Heaven City Lord announced that Wooden Sword Castle's young master Li Tianxiao was the victor and was not guilty. Qin clan's third young master Qin Yi was defeated and died, and he was guilty. The Northwest Qin clan was unwilling, but in view of the sacred trial by duel, they also accepted this result. Yang Dingtian had never heard of this story, but he already knew what Shiman Ju was going to say next. Shiman Ju continued, if nothing happened later on, then all the truth would have been buried. Until one day, the Temple of Annihilation's master, the world's #1 expert, and the supreme of the evil ways, Wan Wentian, unified the evil ways and led millions of evil armies out of the Sea of Hell. They launched an apocalyptic war against the primal chaos world and destroyed countless places in a short period of time. That was an unbearable history, and it was also the bloody history of our world's famous sections. Shiman Ju said in a mournful voice, but what I want to talk about is Wooden Sword Castle, one of the 9 sects in the world. They dominated the southwest continent and were the overlord of thousands of miles. They were also the core strength of the Tiando League. However, when the Tiando League's alliance army and the evil ways were fighting to the death in the northwest continent, all the experts of Wooden Sword Castle died mysteriously overnight. Hundreds of thousands of the Tiando League's southwest army were infected with a plague overnight. No one knew why until a person appeared in the Evil Ways' alliance army and appeared beside the Temple of 10,000 Bloods master, Dugu Baiming. That person was Wooden Sword Castle's young master, Li Tianxiao. He was the one who killed all the experts of Wooden Sword Castle, and he was also the one who caused hundreds of thousands of the Tiando League's southwest army to die of a plague. Because he was a spy placed in the Tiando League by the Temple of 10,000 Bloods temple. Then, the truth about the trial by duel was revealed. The truth about Yang Tingting's murder was also revealed. Although it had been more than 10 years since the trial by duel, and the bones of the Qin clan's third young master had long been turned into ashes, the truth was the truth, and it would remain in this world forever. Shiman Ju looked at Yang Dingtian and said, the truth was that when Li Tianxiao, Qin Yi, and Yang Tingting were traveling in the far west continent, Yang Tingting finally made a choice. She chose Qin Yi. In his anger, Li Tianxiao humiliated and killed Yang Tingting before framing Qin Yi. The reason why he agreed to the trial by duel was very simple. It was because the Temple of 10,000 Bloods master, Dugu Baiming, had imparted an evil art to Li Tianxiao. It was an extremely evil art. This evil art was called the Evil Soul Art. Hearing this name, Yang Dingtian's body shook. The Evil Soul Art used an evil and vicious method to absorb and refine the martial artist's soul before storing it in the soul artifact. During a battle, as long as the soul burst art was used, the puppet battle soul in the soul artifact could be released to kill the opponent instantly, even if the opponent was several times stronger. At that time, Li Tianxiao used poison to restrain his own uncle before extracting his soul and refining it into a puppet battle soul. Then, during the duel with Qin Yi, he lost every move and was surrounded by danger. Just when Li Tianxiao was about to lose his life, he released this evil battle soul from the soul artifact and instantly killed young master Qin Yi, obtaining the victory of the duel. From that moment onwards, Li Tianxiao's soul was completely polluted and became a lackey of evil ways. Finally, after more than 10 years, he committed a heinous crime and destroyed the entire Wooden Sword Castle. He killed hundreds of thousands of righteous and innocent lives, causing the entire southwest continent to lose its vitality and become a desolate land. Shiman Ju sneered and said, and the most ridiculous thing was that he was the one who told the truth. Shiman Ju took a deep breath as if he was calming down his grief and anger. He then continued, after the world-ending war, the Wooden Sword Castle, Northwest Qin Clan, and Cloud Heaven City made a ruling that in the trial by duel more than 10 years ago, Li Tianxiao had used evil arts to win and the results were invalid. They judged that young Master Qin Yi was the winner and declared that Qin Yi was innocent. Even though young Master Qin Yi had been dead for more than 10 years, his grievances were finally cleared. Perhaps, he could rest in peace. From that moment onwards, the Taekwondo League ordered that anyone who used evil arts to cheat in the trial by duel would immediately lose and be dismembered into thousands of pieces. Evil ways and good cannot coexist. Our Taekwondo League has zero tolerance for evil ways and will kill on sight. Those who become lackeys of evil ways will be punished even more. Finally, Shiman Ju looked at Yang Dingtian and said, Yang Dingtian, I don't want to suspect you, but the situation today is too similar to what happened 200 years ago. I cannot imagine how you could win when you were 11 stages apart. Hence, I officially suspect that you are in cahoots with evil ways. You used the evil soul art to cheat and defeat Qin Xiaobai. We have to capture you immediately and investigate thoroughly. Hence, you cannot leave for now. At this moment, Yang Dingtian wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't make a sound. Even at the last moment, even if he was going to die under Qin Xiaobai's sword, even if his soul was going to be destroyed by the berserk sword soul, he didn't use the evil soul art. Instead, he chose an extremely dangerous path with disastrous consequences. This path was successful. He defeated Qin Xiaobai, but his master, Dongfang Minmi's soul, suffered devastating damage. He had no choice but to leave Yang Dingtian and might never return. Furthermore, it might have a huge impact on his perfect sword soul in the future. Such a painful price was because Yang Dingtian wasn't willing to use the evil soul art. But now, Shiman Ju wanted to frame the crime of cheating and colluding with evil ways on Yang Dingtian. How could Yang Dingtian not be angry and laugh? Ha! Yang Dingtian laughed and said, Steward Shiman, how do you plan to investigate? Shiman Ju said, it's very simple. Please tell me. You are 11 levels lower than Qin Xiaobai. You were defeated at the beginning. How did you manage to make a comeback and turn defeat into victory? Yang Dingtian instantly became silent. Shiman Ju smiled and said, of course. Is there anything inconvenient to say? Yang Dingtian said, there's nothing that can't be told. The reason why I was able to turn defeat into victory was because of the sword soul. I used the sword soul to fight. Once these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked again. They let out sounds of disbelief. Of course, most of them were still shocked by Yang Dingtian. Therefore, they didn't turn it into doubts for now. But this was too crazy. It was enough to overturn everyone's understanding. There were only 3 people in the world who had cultivated the sword soul. Dongfang Minmi, Shiman Wuya, and the last one was a peerless expert who had secluded himself from the world. He was the true number 1 expert in the world, the hidden sect's patriarch. These 3 people were all Grandmaster level experts. Yang Dingtian was only a 3-star mystic martial warrior. Moreover, Qin Xiaobai was defeated too quickly. No one saw it clearly before Qin Xiaobai was sent flying while vomiting blood. They didn't know how Yang Dingtian defeated him. Shiman Ju didn't have any ridicule on his face. Instead, he said seriously, that's really inconceivable. If I didn't remember wrongly, there are only 3 people in the world who can use the sword soul to fight. The 3 of them are all Grandmaster level experts. Of course, I don't have any intention of looking down on you. But you are only a 3-star mystic martial warrior. It's too hard to believe that you can use the sword soul to fight. Grand Elder Yang Yen sneered and said, Yang Dingtian, the evil soul and the sword soul are only 1 word apart. Don't get it wrong. The evil soul is an evil thing of evil ways. The sword soul is the righteous path of martial arts. It's the symbol of a peerless expert. It's too early for you to wear this symbol now. Once these words were said, the tens of thousands of people present revealed a doubtful expression. Shimin Ju easily destroyed the worship that everyone had for Yang Dingtian. After all, Yang Dingtian used the sword soul to fight. This was too inconceivable. It was completely impossible. In everyone's heart, the sword soul was the pinnacle of martial arts. With Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he was indeed not qualified at this age. Yang Dingtian, don't you have any explanation for this? After all, at your age and level, it's too inconceivable for you to be able to control the sword soul to fight. Shimin Ju said sincerely. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I don't have any explanation. You told me how I defeated Qin Shaobai. I already told you that I used the sword soul. As for how I used it, I don't have the obligation to explain. Because this sword was given by Horror Mountain Village, once Yang Dingtian revealed its origin, it would bring a calamity to Zhaomu. Shimin Ju frowned and sighed. Alright, it's fine if you don't say it. You said that you used the sword soul to defeat Qin Shaobai. Even though it's very unbelievable, I will take it as believing you. Then, you have to prove to everyone that you used the sword soul and not the evil soul art. Yang Dingtian's facial muscles twitched slightly. How do I prove it? Very simple. Shimin Ju said, demonstrate it one more time. Use the sword soul to launch an attack on me. If you really used the sword soul, then you, Yang Dingtian, have created 1,000 years of history. Then, I will apologize to you in front of everyone and support you to become the successor of Cloud Heaven City Lord. How about it? Yang Dingtian didn't reply. Shimin Ju's expression turned cold as he continued, if you can't use the sword soul to attack me, then I'm very sorry. We can only suspect that you used the evil soul art. We can only suspect that you are an infiltrator of evil ways. According to the orders of the Taekwondo League, we will punish those who cheat and those who infiltrate evil ways. We will kill them on the spot and dismember them into pieces. Note, brothers, I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 123. Everyone present also felt that Shimin Ju's condition wasn't excessive at all and was very fair. Only Yang Dingtian knew the ulterior motives behind Shimin Ju's suggestion. Even though Yang Dingtian had already successfully controlled the Berserk Sword Soul to battle once, his master's soul was almost destroyed. However, his master Dongfang Nimi's soul was almost destroyed. Yang Dingtian had no confidence at all if he were to do it again. He would definitely die. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian had promised his master that he wouldn't touch this sword soul again. More importantly, if Yang Dingtian were to make contact with that violent sword soul again, even if he were to succeed, the price he had to pay would be his master's divine sense being annihilated while his own body would be shattered. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, sorry, I can't. Shimin Ju frowned and asked, why? Yang Dingtian replied, because I have decided that I won't use this sword soul a second time. Shimin Ju frowned even more and said, oh, that's too much of a coincidence. At this moment, the tens of thousands of people present couldn't help but have doubts on their faces. Their worship for Yang Dingtian turned into suspicion. Immediately after, Shimin Ju said, since you aren't willing to demonstrate using the sword soul to battle, then we can only use another method. As everyone knows, those who use the evil soul art to battle will definitely have a soul tool on them. To prove your innocence, please accept a body search in front of everyone. If we find the soul tool, then it will prove that you used evil arts to cheat. If we don't find the soul tool, then it will prove your innocence. This way, it should be fine, right? Shimin Ju's tone had helplessness and gentleness, making everyone feel that he was really reasonable. Instantly, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian, hoping that he would agree. Yang Dingtian naturally wasn't afraid of a body search because that soul tool ring was inside his spatial ring. Even if an immortal came, they wouldn't be able to find it. However, when it came to people like Shiman Ju, one had to have the most malicious conjecture. Perhaps he had an evil soul tool on him. At that time, young Ding Tian wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. At that time, he would be accused of being a spy for evil ways, and he wouldn't be able to die even if he wanted to. Furthermore, Madame Shiman, Yan Yan, and the others would all be implicated. Sorry, I refuse to be searched, young Ding Tian said slowly. Shiman Ju's voice instantly turned cold. Oh. Why? Yang Ding Tian said word by word, because I don't trust you, and a body search is an insult to me. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. They looked at Yang Ding Tian with eyes full of suspicion. The previous goodwill was gone. Some people even regarded Yang Ding Tian as a lurker of evil ways. Yang Ding Tian. Shiman Ju's voice turned completely ice-cold as he said, "This won't do, that won't do. Are you forcing us to use our last resort?" "What kind of resort?" Yang Ding Tian asked coldly. Shiman Ju said coldly, "Good and evil cannot coexist. Cheating in the trial by duel is a small matter, but for the sake of Cloud Heaven City's hundreds of years of foundation. If you don't agree to these two conditions, then I can only use force to make you stay." Immediately after, Shiman Ju floated from the city wall to Yang Ding Tian. He slowly raised his hand from his sleeve and said coldly, "I will give you one last time to consider. Either you demonstrate how to control the sword soul to fight, or you agree to the body search. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. For the sake of Cloud Heaven City's foundation, for the sake of the tens of thousands of lives here, I have no choice but to be merciless." After finishing, Shiman Ju began to count down coldly. 5, 4, 3. Yang Ding Tian suddenly said coldly, "You don't have to count down anymore. If you want to make a move, then do it." After finishing his sentence, Yang Ding Tian slowly raised the Night Owl greatsword with both hands. Even though he was already riddled with scars and his mystic meridians were like a river after the ebbing tide, already damaged and powerless, Yang Ding Tian still didn't dare to make a move. Shiman Ju stretched out his hand from his sleeve and said, "You forced me to do this." After finishing his sentence, Shiman Ju was about to send out a palm strike. "Wait!" Suddenly, Shiman Lai shouted and slowly walked out from the crowd. "Second brother, now is not the time for you and Yang Ding Tian to make a move. The battle between the two of you should be held 1 year and 5 months later. If you want to fight, then fight with me today. After all, you have been waiting for this day for a long time. Not only you, but everyone in Cloud Heaven City wants to know who is foster father's strongest foster son." After finishing his sentence, Shiman Lai walked to Yang Dingtian's side and drew out his enormous sword. Shiman Ju coldly said, "Boss, now is not the time to be emotional. If you and I want to compete, there will be plenty of opportunities. Furthermore, everyone knows that you are foster father's #1 foster son. Now is the time to prove Yang Dingtian's innocence and even decide the life and death of Cloud Heaven City in the future. Don't be reckless. Don't be an alarmist." Shiman Lai coldly said, "I believe in Yang Dingtian's innocence, so if you want to keep Yang Dingtian here today, you want to defeat me." Shiman Lai coldly said, "Then what if Yang Dingtian is a spy from the evil ways? Who will bear this huge responsibility?" "I will bear it." Shiman Lai roared. "What will you use to bear it?" Shiman Ju asked. "I will use my life. If Yang Dingtian is using the evil soul art, if Yang Dingtian is a spy from the evil ways, I will commit suicide." Shiman Lai roared. "You don't have the qualifications. Your life isn't worth that much." Shiman Ju coldly said, "This involves thousands of lives. This involves Cloud Heaven City's hundreds of years of foundation. Your life alone won't be enough to pay for it." Shiman Lai sighed and said, "Second brother, I can't beat you when it comes to scheming. I can't beat you when it comes to talking. However, I know what you are thinking. Don't you want to kill Yang Dingtian and become Cloud Heaven City's lord? I like to speak with my sword. I still say the same thing. If you want to keep Yang Dingtian, you will have to step over my dead body. Boss, think carefully. You are making the entire Cloud Heaven City your enemy. You are making the entire Tiando League your enemy. Do you want to commit suicide in Cloud Heaven City? Shiman Ju said. Then, he turned to Yang Yen and said, Great Elder, you are now the highest leader of Cloud Heaven City. Please say something. Yang Yen slowly said, Shiman Lai, as the Grand Elder of Cloud Heaven City, I'm warning you. If you forcefully obstruct Shiman Ju's investigation, you will be harming the highest interest of Cloud Heaven City. I will expel you from the Elder Guild and from Cloud Heaven City. You want to make a move? Sure, but once you make a move, you will no longer be a citizen of Cloud Heaven City. You will never be able to step into Cloud Heaven City again. Think carefully. Shiman Lai sneered and said, Great Elder, you alone don't have the authority to expel me. Even if I can't, the Elder Council can. Yang Yen sneered and said, Now, the Elder Council will vote. If Shiman Ju makes a move to stop Shiman Ju's investigation of the Evil Ways spy, then immediately expel Shiman Lai from Cloud Heaven City. Those who agree agree, I agree. I agree. Tang Buizhao said. I agree. Shiman Ju said. I agree. Elder Yen Bieli said. I agree. Elder Mu Huali said. I abstain, Shiman Nu from the Abyss Castle said angrily. This was the first time Yang Dingtian saw him. He was wearing a majestic white armor, handsome and arrogant. I disagree. The weak Madam Shiman said. Cloud Heaven City had a total of 9 elders. At this moment, 7 elders were voting. Elder Mu Yi was in the Hidden Art Pavilion and didn't care about any trivial matters in Cloud Heaven City. Because Shiman Ju was involved, he didn't have the authority to vote. And Shiman Ningning was only an honorary Elder Council member, so she didn't have the authority to vote. 5 people agree, 1 disagrees, and 1 abstains. This decision is passed. Yang Yen said coldly, So, Shiman Lai, think carefully. If you stop Shiman Ju from investigating the Evil Ways spy, you will be expelled from Cloud Heaven City. Ha! Shiman Lai laughed heartily and said, I don't want to stay in such a Cloud Heaven City. Then, Shiman Lai said to Yang Dingtian, whether or not I can return to Cloud Heaven City in the future will depend on you. You must win the great battle 1.5 years later because once you are expelled from Cloud Heaven City by the Elder Council, only the Cloud Heaven City Lord has the authority to summon you back. After saying that, Shiman Lai waved his giant sword and said to Shiman Ju, Make your move, second brother. Shiman Lai, your opponent is me. Yang Yen suddenly sneered and floated down the city wall. He slowly raised his cane and said to Shiman Ju, finish this battle quickly and eliminate Yang Dingtian, this possible traitor of evil ways. Leave Shiman Lai to me. Yes. Shiman Ju said to Yang Dingtian, you are courting death today. Don't blame me for being merciless. You make your move first. Shiman Ju, your opponent is me. Suddenly, Madame Shiman leaped up from her seat and floated towards Yang Dingtian like a fairy. Madame Shiman floated to Yang Dingtian's side and pulled out her sharp sword. She said to Shiman Ju, you ungrateful bastard. Make your move. Madame Shiman, your opponent is me. Tang Buizhao laughed and floated down from the city wall. Instantly, Shiman Ju faced off against Yang Dingtian again. It was obvious that they could see the threat of Yang Dingtian, so they had to eliminate Yang Dingtian before he sprouted. On Yang Dingtian's side, there were no more experts left. Shiman Ju's face instantly revealed a cruel smile. Shiman Ju, your opponent is still me. Yan leaped up and landed beside Yang Dingtian. She pulled out her sharp sword and gently said to Yang Dingtian, Husband, let us fight side by side. Shimin Lai knew that even if Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yanyan worked together, they would still be far from being Shimin Ju's opponent. Although he kept saying that he wanted to have a showdown with Shimin Ju, he knew that Shimin Ju was stronger than him. Instantly, Shimin Lai shouted towards the crowd, "Shimin Nu, are you going to watch with folded arms?" Shimin Nu was an expert in Cloud Heaven City that was second only to Shimin Ju and Shimin Lai. He was also Shimin Wuya's most outstanding foster son. Hearing Shimin Lai's shout, Shimin Nu didn't respond. Shimin Lai angrily said, "Shimin Nu, foster father's kindness to us is as heavy as a mountain. Are you going to watch this group of bastards bully foster father's wife and daughter?" After a moment of silence, Shimin Nu slowly said, "Boss, I forfeit." "Good, good, very good. Foster father has truly raised a group of heartless and unscrupulous people." Shimin Lai was so angry that he laughed instead. He shouted towards Yang Yan, "Shameless old man, come. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of foster father. Today, everyone will fight to the death. Yang Dingtian, get ready. Today, everyone will die here together." Shimin Lai and Yang Yan were fighting. Madame Shimin was fighting against Tang Buizhao. Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan were fighting against Shimin Ju. A great battle was about to erupt. Shimin Lai let out a wild roar. The huge sword in his hand suddenly emitted a blazing red light and fiercely roared towards Yang Yan. "Traitor, you are courting death," Yang Yan said coldly as he waved the scepter in his hand. Boom! A ball of ferocious flaming monster suddenly rushed out from the scepter and blasted towards Shimin Lai. Madame Shimin looked at Tang Buizhao and sneered, "Despicable toad. Even if I die today, I will make you lose half your life." After saying that, Madame Shimin waved her sharp sword and stabbed towards Tang Buizhao like a gorgeous meteor. A fallen phoenix is inferior to a chicken. I have been waiting for this day for many years. Tang Buizhao sneered. His eyes flashed with greed as he looked at Madame Shimin. He flipped the sword in his hand and fiercely thrust it towards Madame Shimin's chest. Yang Dingtian slowly pointed the night owl greatsword at Shimin Ju and sneered, "Steward Shimin, you have advanced step by step and finally created this situation. You should be very satisfied, right? I am doing this for Cloud Heaven City's 100 years of foundation. I have a clear conscience." Shimin Ju raised his hand and said, "I won't use any weapons to fight you and your wife. I have not let foster father down." After saying that, Shimin Ju suddenly struck out with his palm. Yang Dingtian rushed forward and raised his sword to block, shielding Shimin Yanyan behind him. He aimed at Shimin Ju's energy and used all the mystic qi in his body to strike out with his sword. Bang! An incomparably soft and gentle energy attacked Yang Dingtian's entire body like a torrential river. Pfff. Yang Dingtian violently vomited a mouthful of blood as his body flew dozens of meters away. "Husband!" Shimin Yanyan cried out miserably. Bang! Yang Dingtian fiercely crashed onto the hard ground and shattered rocks flew everywhere. He instantly felt an incomparably powerful and ruthless energy crazily tearing apart his mystic veins. In an instant, the mystic veins on his right hand were completely destroyed. Qin Shaobai was already very powerful, but compared to Shimin Ju, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Shimin Ju was truly very powerful, so powerful that Yang Dingtian couldn't even sense what level he was at. "Yang Dingtian, you are so weak that you can't even withstand a single blow." Shimin Ju indifferently said, "So, why don't you use the evil soul art? That way, you will still have a chance of survival." "I will definitely not be merciful. For Cloud Heaven City's foundation, I will be very ruthless." Yan Yan ran to Yang Dingtian's side and helped him up. She sobbed and asked, "How do you feel?" "I'm all right." Yang Dingtian used all his strength to sit up with Yan Yan's help. He looked at Shimin Ju and asked, "Why? Why are you doing this? What do you want to achieve? Give me the real answer." don't tell me those pompous words again. Shiman Ju thought for a moment and sneered, for Cloud Heaven City's 100 years of foundation, I can do anything. It was still the same pompous reply. Then, Shiman Ju said to Yang Dingtian, stand up. You are a hero. You can die standing. Yang Dingtian supported himself with the night owl sword and slowly stood up. He sneered at Shiman Ju and said, come, again. Then, Yang Dingtian used his left hand to hold the sword and pointed it at Shiman Ju. No. Yan Yan cried as she stood in front of Yang Dingtian and blocked him. She said to Shiman Ju, if you want to kill my husband, you have to kill me first. Yan Yan, back off. This is my battle, Yang Dingtian said. No. Yan Yan said. Yang Dingtian suddenly pushed Yan Yan away. He brandished the night owl sword and rushed towards Shiman Ju. The night owl sword in his hand whistled with a brilliant light as it ferociously struck out. Shiman Ju gently swung his palm, and a light palm imprint was directly imprinted on Yang Dingtian's chest. PFFF. Yang Dingtian violently vomited blood. He was once again sent flying dozens of meters away like a straw before crashing heavily on the ground. Ah! Yan Yan wielded her sword and rushed towards Shiman Ju. She angrily said, Shiman Ju, you bastard. I will fight it out with you. Looking at Yan Yan who was rushing towards him, a complicated expression flashed across Shiman Ju's eyes. He looked on as Yan Yan's sword pierced towards his chest. His eyes turned cold as he swung his sleeve. PFFF. Yan Yan's delicate body was sent flying dozens of meters away like a kite. She vomited a mouthful of blood in the air. Yan Yan. When Madame Shiman was fighting with Tang Buizhao, half of her attention was on Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan's side. Now that she saw her own daughter vomiting blood from Shiman Ju's palm strike, she instantly let out a miserable cry. Her attention was distracted, and her moves instantly became sluggish. Tang Buizhao saw an opportunity and immediately sneered, Yang Peipei, the humiliation you gave me 20 years ago, I will return it to you today. After speaking, Tang Buizhao's sharp sword pierced towards Madame Shiman's chest. Madam! Shiman Lai shouted and rushed over. He wanted to save Madame Shiman. He completely ignored Great Elder Yang Yan who was chasing after him and pierced the huge sword in his hand towards Yang Buizhao. Bang! Just as Tang Buizhao's sword pierced towards Madame Shiman's chest, it was directly struck by Shiman Lai's huge sword. PFFF. Madame Shiman's chest was pierced by Tang Buizhao's sword. Blood spurted out, and her delicate body flew dozens of meters away. And when Tang Buizhao's sharp sword was struck by Shiman Lai's huge sword, an incomparably large amount of energy fiercely attacked his body. Instantly, he retreated dozens of steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in order to save Madame Shiman, Shiman Lai completely disregarded the fact that he still had a powerful opponent. His back was instantly exposed. Yang Yan saw an opportunity and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He circulated all of his profound qi and an incomparably ferocious fire dragon flew towards Shiman Lai's back. In order to save Madame Shiman, Shiman Lai couldn't dodge in time and his back was struck. Boom! With a loud sound, Shiman Lai's sturdy body was blasted dozens of meters away. His back was charred black and blood spurted out violently. It was a ghastly sight. Yang Dingtian's eye sockets were about to split open. In his grief and anger, he spat out another mouthful of blood. At the same time, Shiman Ju walked over coldly. He raised his palm and aimed it at Shiman Ju's head and was about to strike down. Kill, kill. Yang Dingtian suddenly let out a furious roar. Then, he condensed all of his mental energy and entered the night owl huge sword to sense that berserk sword's soul. Master, I'm sorry. I went against your words. I went against my oath. I'm sorry, that berserk sword's soul was like a vast ocean that constantly surged with monstrous waves. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian's mental energy was like a small boat. As long as he entered, there was a high chance that he would be smashed into smithereens. Yang Dingtian's small boat suddenly charged into the vast ocean of berserk sword soul. Without his master, Dongfang Minmi, he forcefully controlled this berserk sword soul by himself. Boom! Instantly, his mind exploded and everything turned blank. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. Instantly, the night owl huge sword in Yang Dingtian's hand and his body suddenly burst out with an incomparably bright and dazzling radiance. The night owl huge sword seemed to have come alive and fused with Yang Dingtian, transforming into an incomparably ferocious sword light that pierced towards Yang Dingtian. As for Shiman Ju's palm, it carried an incomparably powerful energy as it slammed down towards Yang Dingtian's head. Boom! With a loud sound, the two powerful energies ruthlessly clashed together. No, 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 Yan Yan, Madame Shiman, and Shiman Lai let out a series of mournful cries at the same time. Over 10,000 people present were shocked. They were astonished as if they had seen a miracle. It really was the sword soul. It really was the sword soul. Yang Dingtian didn't lie. He really released the sword soul. A shocking strike, dazzling radiance. Half a minute later, the radiance gradually faded away. Only then did everyone see Yang Dingtian and Shiman Ju in the center of the plaza. Shiman Ju's legs were planted on the ground as he retreated over 10 steps. A mouthful of blood violently spurted out, and his eyes were filled with shock. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian's legs were completely planted on the hard ground. His entire body was naked and bathed in blood. His eyes were tightly shut. His huge sword was domineering, and his killing intent soared to the sky. The entire plaza was silent. Everyone's gaze fell on Yang Dingtian, who was like a statue of the god of war. However, it was unknown whether Yang Dingtian was dead or alive at this moment. Yang Yan put away the shock on his face and roared, "Dispatch the army, kill the rebels." Suddenly, countless warriors rushed out from the ground of the plaza. They waved their swords and charged towards the Black Blood Cavalry. This wasn't the army of Cloud Sky City, but the army of the Northwest Qin family. An army of thousands surrounded and annihilated the Black Blood Cavalry. In for a penny, in for a pound. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, they might as well start a massacre. As for the people who came to watch the battle, they quickly retreated and watched from the sidelines. As for the thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples, they were at a loss and didn't know which side to help. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and the Black Blood Cavalry were in imminent danger. At this critical moment, Shiman Ningning, who had fainted on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. Her originally beautiful eyes instantly turned green. The originally kind and gentle Shiman Ningning instantly became incomparably enchanting, incomparably mysterious, and incomparably terrifying. Her graceful body was suddenly surrounded by a green light. I can't hide anymore. However, no matter how serious the consequences are, I will accept it. All of you, go and die. Whoever wants to hurt my loved ones, go and die. Shiman Ningning, who was surrounded by a green light, suddenly flew into the sky. She aimed her palms at the Qin family army and struck out. Suddenly, a huge ball of green light shot out and hit the Qin family army. In an instant, dozens of people died silently. All of you, go and die. Swoosh 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 swoosh, Ningning's body exploded with a terrifying green light and shot towards the Qin family army. The terrifying deep-sea Xian poison instantly took away hundreds of lives. However, there were too many Qin family soldiers. Like a tide, they surged forward and instantly drowned the Black Blood Cavalry that had less than 1,000 people. Moreover, this group of Qin family soldiers' eyes were blood-red and emitted an abnormal light as if they weren't afraid of death. Although the Black Blood Cavalry brothers weren't afraid of death, their numbers were still decreasing rapidly. Soon, they would be completely wiped out. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes. It was a pair of bloodthirsty eyes that didn't look like a human's eyes at all. His whole body was covered with a murderous aura like that of a demon beast. looking at the Qin family army that was surging towards him. Endless murderous aura, the brutal sword spirit covered his whole body. Endless blood burst out from his body. The brutal and powerful sword spirit was forcefully torn out from his body. Kill, kill, kill. Yang Dingtian, who didn't look like a human, suddenly flew into the sky and waved the huge sword in his hand. The brutal sword spirit fiercely attacked the Qin family army that was surrounding him. Balls of red light turned into brutal beasts and fiercely shot towards the Qin family army. Bang, 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 in an instant, the black mass of the Qin family army, one by one, turned into dust. They were completely crushed. Yang Dingtian, who was surrounded by the brutal sword spirit, was like a god of death, crazily harvesting the lives of the Qin family army. On Yang Yan's side, the expression on his face changed dramatically. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Looking at Yang Dingtian, who was like a god of death, from the depths of his heart, he felt a burst of tremors. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was still crazily slaughtering the Qin family army. With one slash, he harvested dozens of lives, hundreds of lives. However, blood spurted out from all over his body. His whole body swelled up blood red. In an instant, he was going to completely explode, shatter, and turn into ashes. Yang Dingtian controlled the brutal sword spirit, using the weak to control the strong. In an instant, his soul was going to completely scatter, and turn into ashes. Godmother, knock little Tian out, quick, quick! Shiman Ningning exclaimed. Mrs. Shiman didn't care about Yang Yan and the others who were rushing towards her. She directly rushed to the back of Yang Dingtian's head and lightly hit him with her palm. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian, who was about to completely explode, was directly knocked out, avoiding the fate of being completely crushed. At this moment, the skin all over his body cracked inch by inch, and there were wounds all over his body. It was a shocking sight. Kill Yang Dingtian! Yang Yan roared. Yang Yan, Shiman Ju, Tang Buizhao, and the others crazily rushed over, wanting to break through the defense of Mrs. Shiman and the others and completely kill Yang Dingtian. PFFF. Suddenly, Yang Yan's huge palm hit Mrs. Shiman's back. PFFF. Mrs. Shiman spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Yang Yan, Shiman Ju, and the others instantly surrounded Yang Dingtian, wanting to completely kill him. Shiman Ju's speed was the fastest, and he instantly rushed in front of Yang Dingtian. Don't even think about harming my little Tian. At this moment, Shiman Ningning, whose eyes were about to burst, suddenly exploded with green light like a bomb. Her mystic qi, which carried the deep-sea mystic poison, suddenly exploded into a huge light circle, protecting Yang Dingtian, Mrs. Shiman, and the others. When Yang Yan and the others saw this, they frantically avoided it like snakes and scorpions. Yan Yan, Godmother, retreat to Black Blood Castle. Wait for the martial arts competition next winter. Little Tian will kill his way back to Cloud Heaven City and kill all the rebels. The sun and moon alternated, and the stars moved. It was unknown how much time had passed, but it felt like countless years and countless days. Yang Dingtian felt like he was in purgatory at every moment. His entire body felt like it was being boiled in the magma of a volcano. His entire body shattered inch by inch, dissolved inch by inch, and then reconnected inch by inch. His soul, which seemed like it had scattered into the universe, started to condense bit by bit again, condensing. His shattered body and mystic meridians started to reconnect bit by bit. Finally, when the last speck of soul dust condensed, it formed a complete and bright soul, forming a complete Yang Dingtian. Ah! With a shout, Yang Dingtian suddenly broke free, as if he had broken free from purgatory, and also as if he had broken free from the claws of the Grim Reaper. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and suddenly sat up. Instantly, he found himself naked in a huge pot. Under the pot, there was a raging fire, and inside the pot was a thick liquid. Half of it was blue, and the other half was red. The blue part was bone-chillingly cold. Even if there was a raging fire burning, the cold still seeped into the marrow. The red part was scalding hot like oil, as if it was going to refine a person into a skeleton. It turned out that everything in the dream was real. He was really being boiled in a pot. Inside the pot, there was really half ice and half fire. Yang Dingtian looked elsewhere. This was a cave. However, it wasn't a sinister and terrifying cave like the Temple of 10,000 Blood. Every corner of the cave was made of sparkling and translucent jade, which looked mysterious and beautiful. What exactly is this place? How much time has passed? What happened after I released the Sword Soul in Cloud Heaven City's plaza? Where's Yan Yan? Madam Shiman? Ning Ning? Big brother Shiman Lai? Countless questions surged in his mind. Yang Dingtian shouted into the air, someone, a snow-white figure walked in. It was a beautiful young lady. When she saw that Yang Dingtian had woken up, she immediately walked out. Wait. Yang Dingtian asked, may I ask, where is this place? Where's my wife? Chapter 124. Wait. Yang Dingtian, excuse me, where is this place? Where's my wife? That beautiful girl turned her face, waved her hand at Yang Dingtian, then pointed at her mouth, indicating that she could not speak. You can't speak? Yang Dingtian asked. That girl nodded, then opened her small mouth. This was a beautiful small mouth, her teeth were like white jade, but there was no tongue, it was cut off alive. Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end, such a beautiful girl had her tongue cut off, how cruel was this? The girl smiled at Yang Dingtian, hinting for Yang Dingtian to wait for a while, then walked outside. Yang Dingtian was even more puzzled, what was this place? It was very clear that when he released the Sword Soul at the very end, the Berserk Sword Soul crazily devoured him and instantly destroyed his profound veins inch by inch, causing his soul to nearly vanish into thin air. But this place was actually able to heal him, and with such a bizarre method. And this place was so cruel, to actually cut off a beautiful girl's tongue, maybe it was to keep it a secret. Yang Dingtian climbed up from the pot, and found that his whole body was filled with surging power. Fortunately, his profound energy did not decrease in the slightest. On the table, there was his clothes, and his night owl greatsword. After putting on his clothes, Yang Dingtian looked at this night owl greatsword with a complicated expression, but in the end, he did not touch this sword again. About half an hour later, a slender and elegant figure walked into the stone room. This was a familiar face, a top-quality handsome man, Song Yu. Yang Dingtian knew where this place was, this was the Netherworld Sea, the legendary mysterious and omnipotent Netherworld Sea. It's really unbelievable, you actually recovered. Song Yu looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief and said, when you were sent here, your meridians were already destroyed, and you only had a little bit of life left. I didn't expect that in less than 3 months, you would actually recover. 3 months, I was unconscious for nearly 3 months. Yang Dingtian, who sent me here? Where is Yan Yan? Song Yu impatiently frowned, listen to what I'm about to say. Don't ask any more questions, I won't answer. Yang Dingtian suppressed his excitement and nodded. It was Shiman Yan Yan who sent you here. Only she alone knows the way to Sea of Netherworld. I don't know what she experienced, but when she carried you to Sea of Netherworld, she was already riddled with scars and was extremely thin and weak. Then she knelt on the beach of Sea of Netherworld for 7 days and 7 nights, wanting to use Shiman Wuya's favor to exchange for your life. Song Yu said, I already said, our Sea of Netherworld once owed Shiman Wuya a huge favor. We obtained a Naga's profound vein crystal and wanted to use it to heal Shiman Yanyan's damaged profound veins to repay this favor. Speaking till here, Song Yu took a deep breath and said, but, Shiman Yanyan gave up her only chance to recover her strength and instead gave this chance to you. Of course, the favor of my Sea of Netherworld is not a child's play. It's not something that you can transfer to whoever you want, so even if she knelt down and died, it's useless. Originally, you and Shimin Yanyan should have died on this beach, but afterwards things took a turn for the better. My martial uncle Ji Wuyan took a fancy to her brilliant flame vein. She just happened to lack a sword attendant, so martial uncle Ji Wuyan proposed a condition. If Shimin Yanyan was willing to become her sword attendant, then Sea of Netherworld could save you, Yang Dingtian. In the end, Shimin Yanyan agreed. Sword attendant, in the ordinary sense, was the person who carried the sword on a daily basis and also acted as the trusted aide and apprentice. Ning Ruhan was the daughter of the head of one of the biggest forces under Yinyang school, so she became Dongfang Bingling's sword attendant. Sea of Netherworld's Ji Wuyan's status could be considered to be the same as Yan Yan, so it wasn't a disgrace for Shimin Wuya to become her sword attendant, but Yang Dingtian still felt distressed in his heart. Being senior Ji Wuyan's sword attendant, is it possible to cure Yan Yan's profound veins? Yang Dingtian asked. Song Yu shook his head and said, the only Naga's profound vein crystal has already been used on you. If you want to cure Shimin Yanyan, you have to get another Naga's profound vein crystal, but do you think it's possible? Then when can Shimin Yanyan leave? Yang Dingtian suppressed his rapid breathing and asked. Of course she can't leave. Song Yu said, she is the one who exchanged your life, how can she leave? Yang Dingtian, then what if I find another Naga's profound vein crystal, or something even more precious? Can Yan Yan leave? Of course you can. Song Yu said, however, our Sea of Netherworld has only gotten one Naga's profound vein crystal in the past few decades, do you think you can get it? No matter how difficult it was, he had to do it. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, calmed his surging blood, and slowly said, I want to see Yan Yan. Are you sure you want to see her? Song Yu looked at Yang Dingtian. No man is allowed to set foot on martial uncle Ji Wuyan's island, otherwise they will die without a burial place. Please help, Yang Dingtian bowed and said. Song Yu looked at Yang Dingtian and sighed softly, you are so proud, it is not easy to make you bow. I will arrange a boat for you, as for whether you live or die when you go to martial uncle Ji Wuyan, I don't care. After saying that, Song Yu walked out. A few minutes later, someone came to tell Yang Dingtian that the boat was ready. Yang Dingtian walked out of the cave. At this time, he was in the mood to look at the scenery of the Sea of Netherworld. This was the Sea of Netherworld. It was not like the scenery of the mortal world at all, beautiful to the extreme and mysterious to the extreme. The sky was completely blue, emitting a cold and gentle light all the time, and the two suns could not be seen. Every corner was bright, but there was no dazzling light in any corner. Walking out of the cave, there was a beach. The sand here was all like broken silver, crystal clear and emitting a charming fluorescence. The boat was ready, but Yang Dingtian could only row the boat himself, because he did not dare to go to Ji Wuyan's Wuyan Island. Yang Dingtian boarded the boat. This was an exquisite small wooden boat, completely carved out of a piece of wood, exquisite and wonderful. Gently rowing, the seawater was like shattered jade, transparent and clean to the extreme, emitting a little bit of light. All this beautiful scenery was like a dream, as if it was completely unreal, like the sea full of fantasy in The Drifting of the Young School. Yang Dingtian continued to row forward. Along the way, they passed by several islands. Some were completely jadeite, some were completely purple-red coral reefs, and there was also an island that was completely covered in green trees without any sand. In short, it was a beautiful island. Half an hour later, they arrived at Wuyan Island, which was already in sight. Wuyan Island was so ugly, so gray, and was completely composed of a pile of gray and black stones, each stone was sinister and strange. It was completely different from the islands they passed by along the way. Before reaching the shore, Yang Dingtian shouted, Senior Ji Wuyan, Yang Dingtian is here to pay a visit. Ah! Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from Wuyan Island. It was so familiar, it was Yan Yan. Get lost, any man who steps on my Wuyan Island will be immediately torn into pieces. A hoarse voice sounded, it was as unpleasant as a witch's voice. Grandma. Shiman Yanyan's pleading voice came from the island. Shiman Yanyan, remember your identity. Don't think that just because I've been nice to you for 2 days, you can take advantage of me. Have you forgotten about your punishment? Ji Wuyan said coldly. Although she was a woman, her voice was even worse than a man's. Grandma, grandma, grandma. Yan Yan continued to act coquettishly. Yang Dingtian could even feel that Yan Yan's whole body was twisting like sesame candy at this time. Finally, Ji Wuyan couldn't stand Yan Yan's coquettish magic and said coldly, I'll give you half an incense stick's time. Once you exceed that time, I'll immediately beat that man to death and break your legs. Thank you, Grandma. Then, Shiman Yanyan ran out of the black house like a deer. Suddenly, the whole gray island lit up. Because of the existence of Yanyan, the ugly and strange island became cute. Husband. When she was dozens of meters away from Yang Dingtian, Yanyan opened her arms and rushed into Yang Dingtian's arms like a chick. Yang Dingtian opened his arms, and Yanyan's plump and delicate body suddenly crashed into his arms. The two of them didn't say anything. Their hot lips suddenly kissed each other. Finally, when the two of them almost couldn't breathe and started to feel dizzy because of the lack of oxygen, they reluctantly let go. Yang Dingtian held Yanyan's face in his hands. It was still as delicate and beautiful as before. It was just that she was a little thinner, and her chin was a little sharper. Her original baby fat had turned into a delicate oval face. Yang Dingtian held her small waist. Yan Yan, you've become thinner. My Yan Yan has become thinner. My baby has become thinner. Yang Dingtian said softly. Husband, I've just grown up. Yan Yan said tenderly, and the places that shouldn't be thinner are not thinner at all. Yang Dingtian gently caressed her face. Originally, his heart was filled with extreme anger, hostility, and boundless fury. But holding this most beautiful body, it was as if a clear spring water poured into his heart, making him gradually calm down. Enjoying this sweet silence, Yang Dingtian didn't even want to talk. Yan Yan, where's your mother? Sister Ningning? Brother Shiman Lai? Yang Dingtian asked, what happened after I activated the sword's soul that day? Suddenly, the joy on Yan Yan's face faded. Then, she narrated the situation. What I didn't expect was that in the end, Yang Shusher actually stopped the Qin City army from chasing us. Yan Yan recounted everything that happened after Yang Dingtian fainted. When she talked about how Shiman Ningning massacred thousands of people, her beautiful face revealed a look of disbelief. Just like that, Sister Ningning blocked all of Yang Yan's experts and thousands of traitors by herself. She let us bring hundreds of black blood cavalry to protect you and successfully retreat out of Cloud Sky City. Thinking about Shiman Ningning, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt suffocated. He asked, then, Sister Ningning, what happened in the end? I don't know. Yan Yan said, anyway, when I saw her for the last time, she was flying in mid-air and poisoned nearly 100 people to death. Her body emitted a green light, and as long as you came into contact with it, you would be poisoned to death. No one dared to come within 100 feet of her. I didn't expect that the gentle and kind Sister Ningning, who couldn't even bear to step on ants, would actually be so terrifying. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a strong twitch in his heart, and the image of Shiman Ningning's gentle and sly face appeared in his mind. Then, what about your mother, brother Shiman Lai, and the others? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan said, when we ran with all our might to Black Blood Castle, there was already another cavalry army of thousands of people crazily attacking Black Blood Castle. The so-called trial by duel was a scheme planned by Shiman Ju, Yang Yan, and the others. They wanted to catch all of us on this day. And then? Was Black Blood Castle lost? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan said, no. At that time, there were more than 1,000 Black Blood cavalry and more than 2,000 servants in the castle. They were fighting fiercely with Qin City's army. Brother Shiman Ju brought a few hundred Black Blood cavalry and rushed to Black Blood Castle. The morale of the Black Blood cavalry in the castle was greatly boosted. They attacked from the front and back and defeated the Northwest Qin clan's cavalry army. Immediately after, Yan Yan said, "Big brother, now that I think of something, I feel that it is a little strange." "What is it?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan said, "Tang Xian's body suddenly turned numb. When she pounced on my treasure sword, her eyes were filled with pain, and her mouth seemed to be shouting a word. I didn't hear it back then, but now that I think about it, it might be the word fear. Furthermore, after she fell to the ground, her hands seemed to be desperately trying to write on the mud. However, her entire body was numb, and her writing was crooked. Furthermore, she didn't finish writing. Now that I think about it, it might be the word fear." "Shimanju?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yan Yan, why do you think so?" Yan Yan said, "Because after we left Cloud Heaven City, Yang Shishir secretly sent us a letter, telling us to be careful of Shimanju. He said that the reason why Tang Xian found out about Yang Shishir and Qin Xiaobai's scandal was because someone invited her to a remote valley." Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. That's right. From the looks of it, it was Shimanju. Qin Xiaobai, this venomous snake, had schemed to frame Yan Yan. But behind him, there was still Shimanju. It could be inferred that Shimanju had found out about Qin Xiaobai and Yang Shishir's scandal long ago, but he didn't make it public. Instead, he invited Tang Xian to the place that Qin Xiaobai and Yang Shishir often went to and let Tang Xian discover everything. After Qin Xiaobai humiliated Tang Xian, he immediately thought of a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Kill Tang Xian, frame Yan Yan, and take the opportunity to get rid of Yang Dingtian. This plan was extremely vicious. Qin Xiaobai thought that he was proud of himself, but he didn't expect that he had completely fallen into Shimanju's trap. His weakness was completely in Shimanju's hands, along with Yang Shishir's scandal and Tang Xian's death. This way, Shimanju could destroy Qin Xiaobai at any time in the future. He could borrow Qin Xiaobai's hand to kill Yang Dingtian, then he could use morality to destroy Qin Xiaobai. This way, no one would compete with him for the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord. Instantly, Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Xiaobai was already a venomous snake, but in front of Shimanju, he seemed so immature. Yang Dingtian had never seen or heard of such a scheming and sinister person like Shimanju. Yang Dingtian sucked in a deep breath and said, "He is indeed your father's most outstanding adopted son. He's really powerful. And this person would become Yang Dingtian's greatest enemy in the competition for the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord. In terms of cultivation, Shimanju should be close to the martial revered realm. In terms of scheming, he was unfathomable. Such an enemy really made everyone tremble in fear. So what if his scheming is deep? What can truly decide everything is still your own strength and the sharp sword in your hand." Yang Dingtian said, "In front of absolute strength, all schemes are nothing." There was still about a year until the martial contest for the position of City Lord. Within this year, Yang Dingtian had to become stronger, stronger, stronger. He had to break through from Mystic Martial Warrior to Mystic Martial Master, Great Mystic Martial Master, Martial Mystic, Martial Ancestor, or even higher. Only by breaking through to the Martial Ancestor realm could Yang Dingtian obtain the position of City Lord in the martial contest and bring Yan Yan, Madam Shiman, and Big Brother Shiman Lai back to Cloud Heaven City. Seeing the bulging veins on Yang Dingtian's forehead, Yan Yan gently caressed his face and said softly, "Big brother, our Cloud Heaven City has been taken over, but I won't cry because I still have you. As long as you are here, Yan Yan's home is still there. And I believe that one day, you will help Yan Yan take back Cloud Heaven City." Humph. At this moment, Ji Wuyan's cold snort came from the island. Half an incense stick's time was up. "Big brother, I really regret not loving you properly when I had the time. Now, I realize that I really love you, but I don't have the time anymore," Yan Yan mournfully said. "Don't worry, we still have a lot of time in the future." Yang Dingtian gently said, before the martial contest, I will definitely come back to the Sea of Hades. At that time, no matter what method I use, I will bring you away. We will take back Cloud Heaven City together, take back our home, and take back your little house. Yes, I believe you. I will always believe you. Yan Yan desperately nodded. Then, she raised her beautiful eyes and said, Big brother, it's a pity that we don't have time. Otherwise, I have already said that I will give myself to you completely. Although we are husband and wife, we have never truly been together. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, then let's make a promise. After I kill Shimanju, after I take back Cloud Heaven City, after I take back our home, we will truly be together and never be separated. Okay? Okay. Yan Yan tenderly said, at that time, I will let you know that I am the best wife, even better than big sister Ningning. Yang Dingtian's eyes reddened. He gently said, you have always been the best little wife. You will always be. At this moment, Ji Wuyan's angry voice came from the island, why are you still not leaving? Do you really want me to break your legs? Senior, I will leave now. Yang Dingtian said. Big brother, I love you. Kiss me one more time, until I die. Yan Yan raised her head and said. The two of them once again kissed with all their might as if the end of the world had arrived. They only separated when the two of them were about to die. Baby, you can go back. Remember, I will come and pick you up in a year. Yang Dingtian gently let go of Yan Yan. Okay. Yan Yan desperately nodded. Yang Dingtian picked up Yan Yan and gently tossed her onto the shore. Then, he began to row the boat backwards. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian, blossoming with tenderness. Tears surged out. Big brother, remember to go to the Mu Clan docks in the southwest continent. I hid the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship there. Yan Yan suddenly remembered an important matter. She didn't care about Ji Wuyan at the side and loudly shouted at Yang Dingtian. Okay, I will go immediately after leaving the Netherworld Sea. Yang Dingtian said. There were still a lot of things to say, but there was not enough time. Ji Wuyan was already beginning to fly into a rage. Why did only Yan Yan bring Yang Dingtian to the Netherworld Sea? Why did Yan Yan separate from Yan Yan and the others? Why did the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship fall into Yan Yan's hands? He didn't have time to say all these. Big brother, I brought you to the Netherworld Sea when we were intercepted by traitors. When we were in danger, a black-cloaked man wearing a clown mask saved me. Moreover, he gave me the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship and escorted me to the Netherworld Sea. He is very powerful and very mysterious. I don't know who he is. Yan Yan said again. Slap. Before Yan Yan finished speaking, Yang Dingtian's face suddenly suffered a slap. Immediately, he felt a burning pain. Yang Dingtian still bowed and said, Senior, please take care of my wife. Slap 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 slap. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's whole body suffered a few more slaps. Under the intense pain, he almost couldn't stand. Please, Senior. Yang Dingtian then rowed the boat, turned around, and rowed outside. Big brother, I'll wait for you to pick me up. Yan Yan shouted from behind. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian finally couldn't help but burst into tears. He gently muttered to himself, Yan Yan, at most 1 year, I'll come and pick you up. Perhaps, before Yang Dingtian became strong, the Netherworld Sea was the safest place for Yan Yan. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes again. He was already floating on the surface of the sea. The two suns in the sky were shining. He had already left the Netherworld Sea, the most mysterious place in the world. Everything about it was under the surface of the sea. It was like an independent space hidden under the surface of the sea. The island, the sky, and the silver beach were all under the surface of the sea. However, no one knew how to enter. Yang Dingtian rowed away from the surface of the sea and came to the beach. The beach here was a normal beach. It was also the beach where Yen Yen knelt for 7 days and 7 nights. Yen Yen, wait for me to bring you home. Yang Dingtian looked at the mysterious sea for the last time. He then turned around and ran towards the north. After running for a few hundred miles, he quickly reached the vast sea. On the other side of the sea was the southwest continent. The Mu Clan docks was at the southernmost tip of the southwest continent. Yen Yen was hiding in the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The fire immunity chilling pearl that Yang Dingtian needed was also in the southwest continent. Moreover, there was only less than a month until the blooming of the supreme great earth fire. To enter the fire cloud devil cave, one must have the fire immunity chilling pearl. The time left for Yang Dingtian to find the fire immunity chilling pearl was very tight. The southwest continent and the northwest continent faced each other across the sea. They were more than 5,000 miles apart. Presumably, the northwest continent and the southwest continent used to be a complete continent. They were just separated. Previously, Yen Yen brought Yang Dingtian to travel thousands of miles to the south of the northwest continent. They then sailed for 5,000 miles, crossed the southwest continent, and went out to sea for another few thousand miles before reaching the Netherworld Sea. Therefore, Yang Dingtian stayed in the Netherworld Sea for more than 2 months. However, Yen Yen brought him on the road for almost a month. They went through untold hardships and suffered hardships. Yang Dingtian couldn't imagine what kind of hardships Yen Yen went through along the way. However, whenever he thought of the scene of Yen Yen kneeling on the beach with wounds all over her body, Yang Dingtian's heart felt like it was going to shatter. All of this was because he wasn't strong enough. There was still 1 year. There was still 1 year until the City Lord duel in Cloud Heaven City. This was his only chance to openly take back Cloud Heaven City. It was also his last chance. There was only 1 year. He had to make himself stronger. He wouldn't criticize Shiman Ju for being despicable and shameless. He also wouldn't scold him for being ungrateful because all of this would be meaningless. When the time came, he would directly chop off Shiman Ju's head. That would be the best response to this despicable person. Shiman Ju, Yang Yen. Wait for me in Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian rowed a small boat alone. He traveled day and night, constantly heading north. Yang Dingtian only relied on a small boat to travel the 5,000 miles of sea region. He traveled day and night crazily. When he was hungry, he would catch fish and eat them raw. Of course, this sea region was filled with fatal traps set up by the Netherworld Sea. If there wasn't a sea map from the Netherworld Sea, any ship that passed by would inevitably be destroyed. Half a month later, Yang Dingtian stepped onto the southwest continent. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had grown a beard. His entire face was tanned and rough from the sun and sea breeze. His entire appearance had completely changed. His face was filled with vicissitudes as though he was 10 years older. Even if he didn't put on any makeup, no one would be able to recognize that this was Yang Dingtian. The southwest continent was hot and humid. It was filled with deep mountains and dense forests. Demonic beasts ran amok everywhere. There were plagues and wild poisons everywhere. It was called a barbarian land by the entire chaotic world. The southwest continent spanned nearly 10,000 miles, but its population was less than 10 million. It wasn't even 1/10 of the northwest continent's population. Ever since Li Tianshao killed hundreds of thousands of the Southwest Alliance army 200 years ago, the prestigious sects viewed this land as an unclean land. Since then, the forces in this land gradually slid towards evil. The Mu clan docks was at the southernmost tip of the southwest continent. It was about 100 miles away from the coastline. When he was in the Netherworld Sea, due to the lack of time, Yang Dingtian didn't have time to inquire about the Mu clan docks. He also didn't know why Yen Yen trusted the Mu clan docks so much that she actually placed such a peerless treasure like the pig-slaying sword art here. After asking around along the way, Yang Dingtian finally found out. Within a radius of a few hundred miles, the Mu clan docks was considered a relatively large force. They mainly made a living by harvesting pearls from the sea. Uncle, may I know how to get to the Mu Clan docks? At the tea stall, Yang Dingtian bought a big bowl of tea and asked the tea stall's uncle. Go straight. Do you see this road? It leads straight to the Mu Clan docks. This road was opened by the Mu Clan. The tea stall's uncle glanced at Yang Dingtian and asked, why? Young man, are you also planning to participate in the marriage by martial arts competition? Marriage by martial arts competition? What's going on? Yang Dingtian asked. Oh, you aren't here to participate in the marriage by martial arts competition? That's strange. Outsiders rarely come to a small place like ours. Young man, what are you here for? The tea stall's uncle asked. I'm here to buy pearls. I heard that the Mu Clan docks is the largest pearl harvesting clan in this area. Yang Dingtian replied, I have a small business. However, the price of the goods from the middleman is too high. Therefore, I came to the Mu Clan docks to purchase the goods myself. The tea stall's uncle said, I see. If it was in the past, you would definitely be able to buy the pearls at a cheap price. The Mu Clan is very kind. Although their clan is powerful, they have never bullied commoners like us. Logically speaking, the dozens of miles around us can be considered their territory. The Mu Clan doesn't collect much taxes and even sends food and meat to us every day. They are like bodhisattvas. It's a pity that good people don't have good karma. Sigh, Yang Dingtian asked, what exactly is going on? Uncle, please tell me. The tea stall's uncle sighed and said, it's all because of Miss Mu Liani's beauty. I don't know how, but Miss Liani's beauty has spread to the ears of the young master of the Raging Flames Castle, who is hundreds of miles away. He directly sent a marriage proposal to the Mu Clan docks and asked for a reply within 10 days. However, the young master of the Raging Flames Castle is notorious for his cruelty and debauchery. Marrying Miss Liani to him is undoubtedly pushing her into a fire pit. However, the Raging Flames Castle is very powerful and the Mu Clan master can't reject it directly. Therefore, he has no choice but to announce that Miss Mu Liani is participating in the marriage by martial arts competition. As long as one's martial arts is better than Miss Mu Liani's and passes the moral test, he can become the son-in-law of the Mu Clan docks. If Miss Mu Liani is already married, then she has a reason to reject the young master of the Raging Flames Castle. Then can someone go on stage to compete? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Although the Raging Flames Castle is very powerful, there are still many people who admire Miss Liani and come to the Mu Clan docks to participate in the marriage by martial arts competition. However, in order to stop people from participating, the Raging Flames Castle has set up checkpoints at every intersection. As long as it's a young man from the outside participating in the marriage, they will break his or her legs. The tea stall's uncle said, that's why I asked you from the start if you're here to participate in the marriage by martial arts competition. If you are, and your martial arts aren't very good, I advise you not to go. Also, I don't think you're very good at martial arts. Uncle, don't worry. I'm not here to participate in the martial arts competition. I'm here to buy beads. Thank you for telling me this. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian put down a silver coin. It's so big. I can't give you change, the tea stall's uncle said. Keep the change. Yang Dingtian stood up and left. Young man, don't go. They don't care if you're participating in the marriage by martial arts competition. As long as you're an outsider, they will beat you up. The tea stall's uncle chased after him. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Yang Dingtian got on his horse and galloped along the muddy road. Stop. Get down. Sure enough, after riding for less than 10 miles, he met with a tiger blocking his way. More than 10 people blocked the road. With swords in their hands, they shouted at Yang Dingtian, where did you come from? Where are you going? Miss Mu, our young castle master has decided to marry you. Get out of here immediately, or will break your limbs. I'm not here to participate in the marriage by martial arts competition. I'm just here to buy beads. Yang Dingtian took out a bag of silver coins and said, Gentlemen, please do me a favor. Throw the money over. The leader of the men said. Yang Dingtian threw the bag of money over. The brawny man took the bag of money and opened it. He immediately beamed with joy. There were dozens of silver coins. He had really made a small fortune. After putting the bag of money in his arms, the brawny man turned hostile and said, You'd better get out of here. Go back to where you came from, or we'll break your limbs. We'll even break your fifth leg. Let's see if you want sex or your life. Yang Dingtian picked up a lance from under the horse. This lance was different from the ancient lances on earth. It was made of tough and soft metal. Each lance was worth more than 100 gold coins. Yang Dingtian used this weapon to hide his identity. Seeing this lance, the brawny man's eyes immediately showed a greedy look. He shouted, It's a fat sheep. Brothers, let's go. Suddenly, more than 10 people rushed up together and attacked Yang Dingtian with swords and sabers. Bang! Yang Dingtian swept the lance. Suddenly, the 3 men in the lead flew out and vomited blood. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. From the underbrush, a few cold lights suddenly shot out toward Yang Dingtian's chest. Yang Dingtian straightened his chest and directly faced these poisoned hidden weapons. Hee hee, this move is still useful. The leader of the brawny men sneered. But then he was stunned. Because when the hidden weapons touched Yang Dingtian's chest, not only did they not pierce his flesh, but they also bounced off. The brawny man was shocked. Was this the profound aura shield? Seeing that the situation was not good, the brawny man ordered his men to continue attacking while he turned around to escape. Who? Yang Dingtian fiercely threw out the lance in his hand. It directly hit the brawny man's back and sent him flying for more than 10 meters. He vomited blood and fell to the ground. The lance bent in the air and flew back to Yang Dingtian's hand. Bang 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 bang. After receiving the horse lance, Yang Dingtian broke the legs of the remaining people with the lance. Suddenly, it was a mess. Many thieves were rolling on the ground, wailing and howling. Since you broke other people's legs, I will break yours. If you can't do evil in the future, go home and do farming. Oh. Yang Dingtian coldly said, Otherwise, you will die in other people's hands sooner or later. Then, Yang Dingtian directly rushed over with the lance in his hand. The Mu clan docks was built on the side of a lake. Half of it was on the ground and the other half was in the water. Most of the buildings were made of wood and a few were made of bricks. It was about 10 mu in size. It was suitable for a small tyrant with a few dozen li of influence. Seeing Yang Dingtian riding his horse over, before he reached the gate, 2 servants came forward and shouted, Are you here to participate in the marriage contest? Welcome, welcome. Then, one of them led Yang Dingtian's horse while the other led Yang Dingtian into the docks. Hero, what is your name? The servant leading the way asked. Yan Nantian. Yang Dingtian. This was a fake name he casually came up with. Back on Earth, he already felt that this name was very heroic. Good name. The servant gave a thumbs up and said, I wonder if Hero Yan had a smooth journey. I met a dozen thieves blocking my way, but I got rid of them all. Yang Dingtian said. The servant was immediately delighted and said, Hero Yan is indeed amazing. In these 9 days, you are the 4th person to pass through the intersection. Please come this way, I will bring you to the guest hall. Our master and the other 3 heroes are all there. Yang Dingtian thought that these 3 people were really here for the marriage contest and wanted to marry Mu Lianyi. Little brother, please wait. I would like to meet the master of the docks alone. I have something important to tell him. Yang Dingtian said. The servant was slightly startled and then said, Then please wait for a moment. Soon enough, Yang Dingtian saw the master of the Mu clan docks, Mu Liancheng. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and a delicate face. He didn't look like a martial artist and looked more like a scholar. However, his legs were inconvenient when he walked, as though he had broken his left leg. But Yang Dingtian couldn't look at his crippled leg and just looked away. Mu clan head greets Hero Yen. Mu Liancheng walked in and cupped his hands at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian looked at this delicate and gentle face and didn't know why Yen trusted this person so much that she actually left the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art with him. Yang Dingtian returned the greeting and said, "Greetings to Mu clan head. I am here to retrieve an item." Mu Liancheng's expression changed slightly as he shot his eyes at Yang Dingtian and asked, "I wonder what you are here to retrieve." "A scroll." Yang Dingtian said. "What scroll?" Mu Liancheng asked. "A scroll of secret manual left behind by a girl." Yang Dingtian said. Chapter 125. A manual left behind by a girl. Yang Dingtian said. Mu Liancheng's expression changed drastically as he immediately turned to close all the doors and windows. After listening carefully to make sure there was no one around, he came to Yang Dingtian and knelt down. Cloud Heaven City's sinner, Mu Shun, pays his respects to young master. Yang Dingtian was astonished and quickly went up to support him. "I don't dare. Why is your master bowing so formally?" Mu Liancheng resolutely knelt on the ground and refused to get up. "Young master doesn't know. I was originally City Lord Shiman's personal servant, but because I committed a grave mistake, I was sent here. Young master, please listen to me." Following which, Mu Liancheng recounted the past events. Mu Liancheng's original name was Mu Shun. He was originally Shiman Wuya's sword-bearing servant and was Shiman Wuya's closest and most trusted person. He had followed Shiman Wuya since he was a teenager. On the surface, they were master and servant, but Shiman Wuya treated him like an elder brother. Over 10 years ago, Mu Shun fell in love with a woman and was infatuated with her. Who knew that she was just a honey trap used by the enemy? She was with Mu Shun just to harm Shiman Wuya. One day, when Mu Shun wasn't paying attention, she actually poisoned Shiman Wuya's sword with the mystic extinguishing strange poison. Back then, Shiman Wuya wasn't the Cloud Heaven City Lord yet and was about to fight for the Cloud Heaven City Lord's position. In the end, the sword was poisoned and Shiman Wuya's strength was greatly damaged, causing him to almost lose the battle for the City Lord position. However, Shiman Wuya was a prodigy and even though he was poisoned, he still defeated everyone to obtain the City Lord position. However, his body was severely injured and his cultivation regressed by several years. On the day of the duel, the woman who was in love with Mu Shun had disappeared. Mu Shun was astonished and infuriated. He was filled with regret and guilt. He knelt in front of Shiman Wuya and wanted to draw his sword and commit suicide. But Shiman Wuya stopped him. He said to Mu Shun, "I believe you, you will never harm me. Death is the easiest, but living is the most difficult." Mu Shun immediately dispelled any thoughts of suicide. Even if he had to kill himself, he had to find that woman and kill her. After spending a full 8 months, Mu Shun finally saw that woman again, the woman who haunted his dreams and who he hated to the core. However, at that time, she was covered in blood and was being chased. The person behind her wanted to kill her to silence her. Most importantly, she was pregnant. Judging from the date, it was Mu Shun's child. Thus, Mu Shun rushed out with his sword and rescued the woman. However, there was an endless stream of people chasing after them, so the two of them continued to flee. Mu Shun originally wanted to kill her, but in the end, he saved her, so he didn't have the face to return to Cloud Heaven City. Thus, he brought her all the way south to the southernmost coast of the northwest continent. He was prepared to take a boat out to the southwest wilderness to hide, but who knew that at this time, her stomach would actually give birth to a child. As a result, the two of them delayed and gave birth to a child on the beach. The child was his daughter, Mu Lianyi. Just as Mu Shun didn't have time to cut the umbilical cord for the child, the enemy had already arrived. He fought with all his might. However, it was difficult for one person to fight against so many enemies. He was truly in despair. He didn't care if he died, but he didn't want his child to fall into the hands of the enemy. Just as the family of 3 was about to be dismembered, Shimen Wuya appeared and killed all the enemies. It turned out that he had been searching for Mu Shun outside for a month. Fortunately, he heard the sounds of fighting from a few miles away and finally rushed over at the last moment. Mu Shun had mixed feelings and felt so guilty that he wanted to die. He immediately knelt in front of Shimen Wuya and said that he could die and that woman could die, but he begged Shimen Wuya to spare his daughter and bring her back to Cloud Heaven City as a slave. At that time, Shimen Wuya sighed softly and threw a bag of money to Mu Shun. He said that Mu Shun wasn't suited to live a life of licking blood. Bring the woman and child to the southwest wilderness to live a normal life. After finishing his words, Shimen Wuya left, leaving behind Mu Shun, that woman, and the crying baby. As such, Mu Shun came here and relied on Shimen Wuya's bag of gold coins to save up the Mu clan docks. From then on, he changed his name to Mu Yancheng. At this moment, Mu Yancheng's body was trembling from crying. He sobbed and said, "There were countless times when I wanted to bring my child up north to meet the city lord, but I didn't dare to. I didn't have the face to do so. Until a few months ago, the young mistress, who was covered in wounds, appeared in front of me and told me that the city lord was no longer around. This was like a bolt from the blue. I felt as though my liver and guts were about to explode. If I still had a daughter to take care of, I really wanted to follow the city lord. However, the young mistress entrusted this scroll to me. She said that in a few months, or half a year to a year later, a man would come to retrieve this scroll. That man would be her husband, the future Cloud Heaven City Lord. As such, I waited day and night for the arrival of the young mistress." After finishing his statement, Mu Yancheng collapsed onto the ground and cried loudly. He couldn't get up anymore. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally knew why Yan Yan would place such an important and precious pig-slaying sword art scroll here. He was indeed a trustworthy person. If even he couldn't be trusted, then there was basically no one else in this world that could be trusted. "Mu, Uncle Mu, please get up." Yang Dingtian went forward and helped Mu Yancheng to sit down. "This old slave doesn't dare." Mu Yancheng quickly said, "Young mistress, please wait for a moment. I will immediately retrieve the scroll." "No hurry. Uncle Mu, please take a seat." Yang Dingtian said, "I still have something to ask Uncle Mu. What is going on with your daughter's spouse finding martial competition?" Mu Yancheng waved his hand and said, "You don't have to bother about these small matters. You have important matters to attend to. My daughter is fine. You don't have to worry." Originally, Yang Dingtian didn't intend to bother, but he didn't expect Mu Yancheng and Shimen Wuya to have such a close relationship. He had no choice but to interfere. "I will definitely interfere in this matter." Yang Dingtian said, "Our Cloud Heaven City might have encountered a huge change, but we don't have to care about a desolate land's outskirts faction. How powerful is the Raging Flames Castle? What is their master's cultivation level? If I can't do it, I will immediately send a letter to the Northwest Continent and ask Big Brother Shimen Lai to lead a portion of the Black Blood Cavalry to eliminate the Raging Flames Castle. Our Cloud Heaven City's ladies cannot be bullied." With young mistress's words, this old slave's death will be worth it. Mu Yancheng said, "But young mistress, this isn't a simple matter. The Raging Flames Castle didn't forcefully marry my daughter just because of her beauty, but because of a treasure." "Treasure? What treasure?" Yang Dingtian asked. Mu Yancheng said, "Young mistress, you know that our Mu clan docks relies on pearl harvesting for a living. I don't know if we are lucky or unlucky. One day, my daughter, Liani, went into the sea to harvest pearls and actually found a rare treasure. This treasure is priceless and is comparable to 10 or even 100 of our Mu clan docks. It is actually so precious. What kind of pearl is that? Yang Dingtian was astonished. This was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. Therefore, the value of jewelry wasn't as important as the Earth era. Fire immunity chilling pearl. Mu Yanqing said. Fire immunity chilling pearl. Yang Dingtian's body shook as he said in disbelief. The fire immunity chilling pearl was something that he needed the most right now. The fire immunity chilling pearl was formed by the condensation of heaven and earth's coldest energy. It usually grew in the frost-ice mystic jade that was 10,000 meters below the sea. Then, there would be an earthquake at the bottom of the sea, causing the tough frost-ice mystic jade to shatter. The fire immunity chilling pearl shot out and floated in the vast sea. This Mu Lieni was extremely lucky to be able to harvest this priceless pearl that was only seen once in 100 years in the vast sea. Mu Yanqing was right. This fire immunity chilling pearl was worth more than 100 Mu clan docks and could be considered priceless. As the name suggested, the fire immunity chilling pearl could defend against almost all powerful fire attribute attacks. If a mystic martial warrior possessed the fire immunity chilling pearl, even if the opponent was a master-class expert and released a powerful mystic skill, the mystic martial warrior wouldn't be injured. Therefore, with the fire immunity chilling pearl, one would have a few more lives. To those who needed it, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a priceless treasure. And Yang Dingtian happened to be the person who needed this fire immunity chilling pearl the most. After obtaining the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art, he would have to head to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. There was a 9th-grade earth fire there, and Yang Dingtian wanted to forge his own elementary sword soul there. Because he had been unconscious for over 2 months while recuperating in the Sea of Hades, Yan Yan had brought him to the Sea of Hades for close to a month. Therefore, there were less than 20 days before the peak-grade earth fire would bloom. Once he missed it, he would have to wait 10 years for it to bloom again. This place was still a few thousand miles away from the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. Therefore, the time that Yang Dingtian had to search for the fire immunity chilling pearl was extremely tight. He didn't expect to find it so effortlessly after searching high and low for it. How could he not be pleasantly surprised? In order to defeat Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian had to cultivate a sword soul in the shortest time possible. Although in history, only grandmasters could cultivate a sword soul for battle, Yang Dingtian wanted to break this miracle. It could be said that forging a sword soul and cultivating a sword soul were the most important things for Yang Dingtian. It was also the most important step for Yang Dingtian to become stronger. And the elementary sword was the first and most important step in the cultivation of a sword soul. And even if it was just an elementary sword, its power was amazing. It could definitely increase Yang Dingtian's combat strength by a few levels. However, there was a heaven fire phoenix guarding the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. This was an extremely powerful demonic beast, and it was not inferior to the Lord of the Abyss who guarded thousands of bloody black gold. 20 years ago, Dongfang Minmi had entered the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. In the end, not only was he helpless against the Heaven Fire Phoenix, he almost lost his life there. At that time, Dongfang Minmi was not far from becoming a grandmaster. Therefore, trying to kill an unsealed Heaven Fire Phoenix was a pipe dream. But with the fire immunity chilling pearl, all the problems were solved. Because the fire immunity chilling pearl could defend against almost all powerful fire elemental attacks for a certain period of time, it could allow Yang Dingtian to enter the Fire Cloud Devil Cave smoothly. As if it was fate, when Yang Dingtian was going to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave to forge the elementary sword, the Mu clan docs obtained the fire immunity chilling pearl. However, it was still a little troublesome to obtain the fire immunity chilling pearl. The most powerful force within 1,000 miles, the Raging Flames Castle, also had their eyes on the fire immunity chilling pearl. They wanted both the person and the treasure. Yang Dingtian asked, "The fire immunity chilling pearl is such a rare treasure. The Mu clan docs couldn't wait to keep it a secret after obtaining it. How did it get out? Isn't that so?" Mu Yanqing said, "We know that a man's wealth is his own ruin. Therefore, when I obtained the treasured pearl, I buried it deeply and gave a gag order to the few people who knew about it. Then, when young lord came to retrieve the scroll, I offered this fire immunity chilling pearl as a token of my sincerity. Who knew that there would be an unfilial son in the clan? Instantly, Mu Yanqing clenched his teeth and said, because I had always felt guilty and felt that I didn't deserve to live such a perfect life. Therefore, I did good deeds everywhere, hoping to make up for my previous sins. Therefore, my clan adopted many orphans as foster sons. Among them, Mu Zhe was the smartest. I liked him the most and treated him as my own son. Therefore, even though he was my foster son, Mu Zhe was considered half a master in the Mu clan docks. Only 3 people knew that Lieni had obtained the fire immunity chilling pearl. Me, Lieni, and Mu Zhe's unfilial son. All along, Mu Zhe had adored Lieni and wanted to marry her. I was happy to see it happen. However, Lieni didn't like Mu Zhe and said that he was frivolous and crafty. Mu Zhe had proposed to me many times, and I was willing, but how could I go against Lieni's wishes? Therefore, Mu Zhe had resentment in his heart and said that although I treated him well on the surface, I didn't treat him as my son and treated him as an outsider. One day, the drunk Mu Zhe wanted to forcefully molest Lieni, but he wasn't Lieni's match. In a fit of anger, Lieni beat him up until he vomited blood. Instantly, Mu Zhe had hatred in his heart and immediately left the Mu clan docks to seek refuge with the Raging Flames castle. He spread the news that the Mu clan had the fire immunity chilling pearl. Therefore, the Raging Flames castle sent out a marriage proposal to Lieni and named the fire immunity chilling pearl as her dowry. They wanted the Mu clan docks to give a reply within 10 days. Such an ungrateful person. I must dismember him into pieces. Yang Dingtian sneered. Mu Yanqing said, to be honest, I have seen through everything in my life. No matter how precious the fire immunity chilling pearl is, I don't care. If the Raging Flames castle wanted the fire immunity chilling pearl, I would give it to them. However, I wasn't willing to push my daughter into the fire pit. That Raging Flames castle's young lord was a complete beast, but I couldn't find a reason to reject their marriage proposal. Therefore, I set up a martial contest to find a groom, hoping to marry Lieni to a good man within 10 days. This way, I would have a reason to reject. Following which, Mu Yanqing said to Yang Dingtian, but now that young lord is here, everything will be easier. I will hand this fire immunity chilling pearl and the scroll to you. You can take it and leave immediately. Then what about the Mu clan docks? Yang Dingtian asked. Mu Yanqing laughed and said, I am not afraid of death, but I am afraid of dying unworthy. Furthermore, I should have died long ago. Now that I can repay the city lord's kindness, I will be happy even if I die. However, if young lord is willing and isn't afraid of being a burden, please bring my daughter along with you. Be it as a slave or a servant, it will be her fortune. I will not agree to it. Yang Dingtian said resolutely, I will not stand by and do nothing regarding the Mu clan docks. If I don't settle this matter, I will not leave. Young lord. Mu Yanqing said loudly, Cloud Heaven City's matters are of utmost importance. If you can't even do a small matter well, how can you talk about doing something big? Yang Dingtian said, furthermore, I am not afraid to tell you the truth. I do need the fire immunity chilling pearl, but if I don't settle the Mu clan docks problem, I will not accept this pearl. But the Raging Flames castle is too powerful, and we are not their match. Mu Yanqing said. Yang Dingtian said, I said before that if I can't do it, there is still Big Brother Shiman Lai and the others. Our Cloud Heaven City might have a drastic change, but it is still easy to eliminate the Raging Flames castle. It is too late, young lord. Mu Yanqing said, tomorrow, the Raging Flames castle's young lord will personally come to marry Lieni. What is the cultivation of the Raging Flames castle's young lord? Yang Dingtian asked. The Raging Flames castle's young lord might be licentious and ruthless, but he is a martial arts prodigy within 1,000 miles. He is 25 years old this year and is unrivaled within 1,000 miles. I think he is at least a 9-star mystic martial warrior. Mu Yanqing said. A 9-star mystic martial warrior was 6 grades higher than Yang Dingtian. Now that Yang Dingtian couldn't use the Night Owl giant sword, it was indeed hard for him to win. Furthermore, in order to not expose his identity, Yang Dingtian couldn't use a sword and had to use a lance as a weapon. Therefore, it was even harder for him to win. However, Yang Dingtian still had a chance to advance, and that was the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art. If he could advance to a 5-star mystic martial warrior, then Yang Dingtian would have the confidence to defeat the Raging Flames Castle's young lord. Father. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant voice echoed from outside. It is my daughter, Liani. Let her come and greet the young lord. Mu Yanqing said with joy. Chapter 126. It's my daughter, Liani. Let her pay a visit to young lord. Mu Yanqing said. No hurry. Yang Dingtian said, I won't tell her my identity for now. I am afraid that she will expose herself in front of others. Mu Yanqing paused for a moment and nodded. That's good too. Liani is still too young. Following which, he asked outside, Liani, what's wrong? The three of them are waiting anxiously and are asking when the martial arts tournament will begin. Mu Yanqing said from outside. It will begin immediately. Ask them to go to the martial arts arena immediately. You guys go first. I will go now. Mu Yanqing said. All right, father. Mu Yanqing replied and left. Mu Yanqing said, young lord must be hungry. I will get someone to prepare some food and wine. There is no hurry to eat. Let's go to the martial arts arena to take a look. Yang Dingtian said, the Mu Clan Doc's martial arts arena was naturally incomparable to the Cloud Heaven cities. It was only about 1,000 square meters and was paved with bricks. Here, Yang Dingtian saw Mu Yanqing, this great beauty that spanned a few hundred miles. She was indeed beautiful, but she was different from Dongfang Bingling and Shimin Yanyan. She was filled with a wild beauty, a healthy beauty, and a vibrant beauty. Her skin wasn't snow white but a healthy wheat color. She had a pair of big eyes, a high nose bridge, and an exquisite and delicate mouth. This was a beautiful and wild face that didn't lack in magnanimity. Perhaps it was because she often went into the sea to collect pearls, but her delicate body was filled with strength. Her entire body was like a water snake. Her small waist might be thin, but it gave off a feeling of strength. Her pair of slender legs were the most beautiful that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. On the martial arts arena, there were dozens of Mu Clan Doc servants, armed guards, and 3 of Mu Yanqing's adopted sons. This group of people were all looking at Mu Yanqing with admiration. Only the 3 young men who came to participate in the martial arts tournament were looking at Mu Yanqing with fervent and infatuation. Mu Yanqing's dressing was completely different from that of ordinary ladies. In order to make it easier for her to go into the water, she mostly wore tight-fitting leather clothes made of snakeskin. However, exquisite armor was inlaid on her shoulders, chest, and crotch. Although this kind of clothing was very convenient to move around, it also revealed her figure without a doubt. Mu Yanqing glanced at the crowd and saw Yang Dingtian, the newcomer. She paused for a moment and then immediately looked away. Heroes, I have said it many times. If you want to marry me, you may suffer the revenge of the Raging Flames Pavilion. The Mu family dock is small and cannot resist. At that time, you may be implicated and even lose your lives. So, it is not too late to back out now. Mu Yanqing's voice was very pleasant. It was clear, loud, and decisive, like the sound of pearls falling on a silver plate. Moreover, her gaze naturally carried a special kind of burning electricity. Being electrified by her gaze, the 3 young men immediately felt their blood boil. They patted their chests and said, For Miss, what do we have to fear? Yes, for Miss to not fall into the hands of evil, even if we lose our heads, it is worth it. After hearing this, Mulieni said, Mulieni writes here to thank you for your love. However, if you want to marry me, you must first defeat me. I am a 6-star mystic martial warrior. If you can't even defeat me, then you are naturally not a match for that bastard from the Raging Flames Pavilion. This hot beauty Mulieni was actually a 6-star mystic martial warrior. She was 3 levels higher than Yang Dingtian. However, if they fought, Yang Dingtian was confident that he could defeat her. In the end, Mulieni suddenly pulled out the scimitar at her waist and said, "Who wants to fight first?" "I will." A thunderous roar was heard. Then, a 1.9-meter-tall strong man with a long scimitar walked onto the stage. He was really as strong as a rhinoceros. His muscles were as hard as steel. The scimitar in his hand weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds, but it was effortless for him to carry it. Mulieni was not much taller than him, but in front of his bull-like body, she appeared petite and slender. It was as if he could break Mulieni's delicate body with one punch. "My name is Nyo Dali. I come from the Sky Dragon Mountain 800 miles away. I am the young master of the Sky Dragon village. One day, I went down the mountain to rob and saw Miss carrying pearls. I was shocked by Miss's beauty and forgot to rob her. I only woke up after Miss left. After that, I gave an order to all the heroes within a few hundred miles. If anyone dares to rob the Mu clan's carriage again, I, Nyo Dali, will kill their entire family." Nyo Dali patted his chest and said, "Miss, I know I am not good enough for you, but I couldn't help but come down the mountain when I heard about your martial arts competition. I don't even dare to look at you, let alone think about marrying you. However, if anyone dares to bully you, I will fight them to the death." Once he said this, everyone burst into laughter. They looked at this strong man with good feelings. Yang Dingtian also couldn't help but laugh. This Nyo Dali was indeed a cute and straightforward person. After hearing this, Mulieni bowed and said, "Thank you, big brother Nyo. Don't look at me like that. I can't take it." Nyo Dali suddenly became very embarrassed. His face instantly turned red. He held his scimitar tightly and said, "Miss, let's start fighting. Otherwise, I will forget all the moves in my head." "Okay, big brother Nyo, please guide me." Mulieni swung her scimitar and pointed it at Nyo Dali. Huff! Nyo Dali's expression changed. His embarrassed face suddenly became very mighty. The scimitar in his hands suddenly slashed in the air. It was like thunder, and his muscles were also making popping sounds. "Here I come." Nyo Dali waved his scimitar and rushed toward Mulieni. Yang Dingtian's expression changed slightly. This Nyo Dali looked rough, but his strength was not weak. He was born with great strength. Although his Xian Qi level was not high, it was very domineering. He was completely an unpolished gem. After being polished, he could become an expert. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Nyo Dali suddenly slashed his scimitar at Mulieni. Mulieni's scimitar met the attack. Suddenly, sparks burst out. With a loud bang, Mulieni's delicate body trembled. The bricks under their feet were shattered. Then, Nyo Dali's scimitar turned and swept toward Mulieni's waist. His moves had many flaws, but he was born with great strength and his moves were extremely domineering. The surrounding few meters were actually impregnable. No one dared to enter. This Nyo Dali was really a natural martial arts fanatic. The scimitar technique was full of flaws, but he was actually using it with great power and killing intent. All of a sudden, Mulieni took advantage of her nimble body to move around. After a dozen or so moves, Mulieni immediately saw the flaws in Nyo Dali's scimitar technique. Suddenly, her delicate body was like a sea snake. She suddenly drilled into Nyo Dali's crazy scimitar. Everyone exclaimed. They were worried that Mulieni would be shredded into pieces if they saw the next scene. Unexpectedly, Mulieni's delicate body turned left and right with great accuracy. She did not touch the dangerous scimitar at all and directly approached Nyodali. Bang! After getting close, Mulieni hit Nyodali's chest with the back of her scimitar. Ah! Nyodali screamed. He took a dozen steps back and sat on the ground. I lost. So fast. Nyodali sat on the ground in shock for a while. Then, he scratched his head and jumped off the arena. I lost, but I won't leave. I'll wait for that bastard who bullied you to come. Thank you, Brother Nyo, Mulieni said. Brother Nyo is clever but clumsy. If you have a master to guide you, you'll definitely make rapid progress. If I can be safe this time, I'll take Brother Nyo to an elder's place so that you won't be buried in the sand. Okay. My martial arts were all blindly trained by my father. He's more muddle-headed than clear-headed, Nyodali said. At this moment, Yang Dingtian could not help but look at Mulieni again. Her cultivation was far beyond his imagination. This was because she did not use Xian Qi during the fight with Nyodali. She only used her moves because she did not want to take advantage of Nyodali. If she used Xian Qi, Nyodali would not be able to take a single move. However, not everyone knew this. Seeing that Mulieni defeated Nyodali in 10 moves, a young man in white in the arena was overjoyed. He was immediately filled with confidence and jumped onto the arena. I'm Cui Yiping. I come from the Yellow Sea Sword sect 3,000 miles away. I traveled here and did not expect to find such a beautiful lady in such a remote place. However, I'm from a famous sword sect and will not be misled by beauty. Therefore, I'm not here for beauty. I'm here to help when I see injustice. Although Cui Yiping said this, his eyes could not help but stare at Mulieni's charming face and hot body. Please enlighten me. Mulieni's attitude towards Cui Yiping was not so good. She nodded and straightened her scimitar. Cui Yiping was annoyed. Seeing that Mulieni's attitude towards him was not as good as Nyodali's, he sneered, Miss, my martial arts is not a knockoff. With that, Cui Yiping took out his long sword and formed a sword art. With a twist of his wrist, a sword flower appeared. It was indeed very beautiful. I'm a one-star mystic martial warrior. Be careful, Mississippi, Cui Yiping shouted. The sword in his hand emitted a sword light. He became one with the sword and stabbed towards Mulieni's chest like a meteor. Boom! Mulieni's scimitar ignited with a ball of fire. She aimed at the attacker and slashed. Bang! Cui Yiping's sword and body flew dozens of meters away and fell to the ground. Cui Yiping's sword moves were elegant and powerful. However, Mulieni defeated him with only one move. Everyone was stunned. Then, they burst into laughter. Cui Yiping climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. His face was full of resentment. Country barbarian girl, you don't know what's good for you. You're opportunistic and full of brute strength. I'll wash away today's humiliation. With that, Cui Yiping turned around and left. Everyone burst into laughter again. However, Yang Dingtian did not laugh. Cui Yiping was a genuine one-star mystic martial warrior. He did not expect Mulieni to defeat him with one move. It seemed that her strength was far beyond his imagination. Nyodali and Cui Yiping had both been defeated. Now, only Yang Dingtian and another black-clothed man were left. Everyone looked at them. The black-clothed man also looked at Yang Dingtian with a questioning gaze. Yang Dingtian shook his head, indicating that he would not fight. That black-clothed man suddenly jumped onto the stage. Nameless Jiaming pays his respects to young lady. The black-clothed man had an ordinary appearance. Only his eyes were deep and bright. Greetings to Mr. Mulieni bowed. Immediately after, the black-clothed Jiaming slowly drew his weapon. It was a black iron ruler. Even from a distance, Yang Dingtian could feel the special energy on the iron ruler. This was an expert. It was obvious that Mulieni and Mu Yanqing felt it too. Their expressions turned grave. Huff. Jia Ming pointed his iron ruler. His entire body was like a zombie as he attacked Mu Lieni with lightning speed. Mu Lieni was shocked. She parried with her curved saber and her delicate body suddenly bounced up. Bang! There was a muffled collision sound. There were no flames. Instead, Mu Lieni's water-like saber blade was instantly contaminated and turned black. At the same time, Mu Lieni's face suddenly turned pale. It was obvious that she was injured from this collision. This person's moves were strange, and so was his weapon. Mu Lieni's delicate body quickly retreated. She used her nimble movement skills to try and evade the opponent. Instantly, she shuttled back and forth on the stage like a shadow. Mu Lieni was fast, but this Jia Ming was even faster. He was like a black ghost that arrived in an instant. He was like a ghost that constantly stuck close to Mu Lieni. Bang! Mu Lieni's chest was struck. Bang! Immediately after, she was struck below her waist. Bang! Then, she was struck on the side of her leg. Instantly, everyone present was infuriated. This Jia Ming's moves were simply despicable. Shameless. Mu Lieni was extremely embarrassed and angry. She no longer dodged and brandished her curved saber. Her body suddenly burst out with intense mystic qi as she charged towards Jia Ming. In an instant, Mu Lieni was in front of Jia Ming. Her curved saber suddenly slashed towards his shoulder. Huff! Suddenly, Jia Ming's figure disappeared in front of her eyes. Bang! Immediately after, Mu Lieni felt a pain on her back. Jia Ming's figure had flashed behind her and slapped her perky butt with his iron ruler. This person's moves were strange and were as fast as a ghost. It was impossible to defend against. Furthermore, every move was despicable and unsightly. Everyone present was instantly infuriated. Furthermore, Mu Lieni was a 6-star mystic martial warrior, but she wasn't a match for him. I will fight it out with you. Under the embarrassment and anger, Mu Lieni straightened her delicate body and suddenly leaned back. Her curved saber was like a snake as it slashed towards Jia Ming's waist. Bang! Jia Ming's iron ruler suddenly slammed down towards Mu Lieni's chest. Yang Dingtian's expression changed as he spoke to Mu Liancheng. Uncle Mu, this person's background is unknown. He seems to be from the evil Dao. Mu Liancheng's body was trembling. He held on to a concealed weapon and was ready to shoot it out at any moment. But this was a martial arts competition, and he couldn't break the rules. Seeing the black iron ruler slamming towards her chest, Mu Lieni quickly reversed her curved saber and used it to block Jia Ming's iron ruler. Bang! The two weapons fiercely clashed. Suddenly, a strange and soft force drilled into Mu Lieni's arm. She felt that wherever this force went, her own power was like mud sinking into the ocean. She was swallowed alive. Her delicate body went limp and directly fell to the ground. Jia Ming sneered and suddenly went forward. He thrust his iron ruler at Mu Lieni's chest and was about to tear open her leather armor. Mu Lieni was shocked as her delicate body rolled. SSS. The iron ruler tore open the snakeskin on Mu Lieni's chest, revealing the skin inside. Shameless. I will kill you. Mu Lieni was infuriated as she pressed down on the leather armor on her chest and quickly dodged. However, her lower abdomen was exposed. All is fair in war. You have fallen into my trap. Jia Ming yelled out as the iron ruler in his hands suddenly extended a few feet and struck at Mu Lieni's lower abdomen where her chi vessel was. Ah! Mu Lieni screamed as her delicate body flew over 10 meters away. She spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered, almost falling off the arena. Young miss, it seems that I have won. Jia Ming smiled proudly. It's too early to say that. Mu Lieni sneered. See snake transformation. She suddenly yelled out as her beautiful eyes shot out a blue and enchanting light. In an instant, her delicate body turned into a snake and shot towards Jia Ming like lightning. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Mu Lianyi's delicate body moved like lightning in the air like a snake. The curved saber in her hand turned into countless saber lights and slashed towards Jia Ming. It was incomparably fast, incomparably strange, incomparably fast, and incomparably fierce. Yang Dingtian was shocked. After Mu Lianyi used the sea snake transformation, her lethality had increased by several times. Whether it was her speed or strength, they had all become much stronger. This sea snake transformation was Mu Lianyi's trump card. She would only use it at the most crucial moment. Ichthyosaur transformation. Jia Ming, who was in the middle of the arena, roared out. There was a roar in the sky as a giant black shadow rushed out and devoured Mu Lianyi's sea snake. In an instant, the two gray shadows were engaged in a fierce battle. In just a few seconds, the victor was decided. PFFF. Mu Lianyi's delicate body flew over 10 meters as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Lianyi. Mu Liancheng was shocked as he rushed into the air and hugged his daughter. When Niu Dali saw that Mu Lianyi was injured, he was instantly enraged. He brandished his large saber and rushed towards Jia Ming. He roared, "You dare to injure young Miss Mu? I will dismember you into pieces." Niu Dali's saber was brandishing crazily as he pushed all his strength to the limits. With a thunderous roar, he attacked Jia Ming. Jia Ming sneered as he extended the iron ruler in his hand and lightly tapped on Niu Dali's large saber. In an instant, Niu Dali's mountain-like body flew out violently as blood spurted out from his 7 orifices. That large saber was broken inch by inch. Bang! There was a loud sound as Niu Dali's body smashed a giant pit on the ground. He was drenched in blood and unconscious. Niu Dali couldn't even withstand half a move from Jia Ming. Everyone had a drastic change in expression. This Jia Ming was actually this formidable. Tisk, tsk. All of you can't even withstand a single blow. Such soft-footed shrimps still have the face to participate in the marriage martial contest. Jia Ming sneered and said, "I am definitely taking young Miss Mu. My wife, I have already shown mercy. Otherwise, you would have been naked in front of everyone. I purposely didn't injure you too severely so that the bridal chamber would lose its flavor." Ha! Once he said this, everyone was instantly enraged. Mu Liancheng's foster sons all drew their weapons and were prepared to go up for battle. Mu Liancheng quickly channeled his mystic qi to recuperate his daughter's injuries and didn't have the time to speak. When he saw his foster sons preparing to go up, he immediately shouted, "You are not allowed to go." Seeing that no one went up to accept the challenge, Jia Ming laughed heartily and said, "You are indeed a bunch of trash. Then I shall pay my respects to father-in-law. Hurry up and get married. I am already salivating for the bridal chamber." Jia Ming's words were getting increasingly shameless. He looked at Mu Lianyi, who was recuperating, and stared at her body. His expression was getting increasingly evil. "Sir, if I didn't guess wrongly, you shouldn't be called Jia Ming, right?" Yang Dingtian suddenly spoke with a cold voice. "Of course. Even a fool can tell." Jia Ming sneered. "You are from the Raging Flames Pavilion?" Yang Dingtian asked coldly. "That's right. I am the Raging Flames Castle's young lord, Tuobayi. Why did you bunch of fools only realize it now?" The black-clothed man sneered and said, "Old man Mu, don't think that this marriage martial contest will prevent your daughter from marrying me. You will still not be able to escape from my palm. Hand over your daughter and the pearl obediently. Otherwise, your Mu clan docs will be exterminated," following which, Jia Ming brandished the black iron ruler in his hand and roared with arrogance, "I will ask one last time. Who else wants to compete with me for the beauty and the pearl? If not, the beauty and the pearl will be mine." Ha 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 ha. Letting out a soft sigh, Yang Dingtian grabbed the saddle and slammed it on the ground before leaping onto the martial contest stage. Note, the second update of 5,500 words was delivered, and it was updated with 10,000 words again. The monthly votes really made one want to cry. Brothers, don't be like this. Chapter 127. Letting out a soft sigh, Yang Dingtian grabbed the lance and slammed it on the ground before leaping onto the martial stage. No! Mu Lianqing immediately yelled out, "My daughter is a 6-star mystic martial warrior, and even with the sea snake transformation, she's still lost. Young Hero Yan, you aren't a match for him. Come down, I don't have any confidence either." Yang Dingtian looked at Mu Lianqing and said, "But not everything needs to be done when you are confident. There are some things that must be done." When Jia Ming saw Yang Dingtian coming up, he immediately laughed out loud and said, "So there is someone who doesn't want to live. Just nice, I will chop off your head and use it as a urinal." Immediately after, Tuoba Ye's body burst out with a lump of black aura. His entire body and the iron ruler in his hand instantly expanded by several folds. He was like a dark giant demon as he slammed down at Yang Dingtian. "Kid, I was just playing with this chick earlier on. Now, I will let you see my true strength." The giant iron ruler engulfed this black figure and attacked at Yang Dingtian. Tuoba Yi was a demon that was famous in the radius of 1,000 miles. He committed all kinds of evil deeds, was mysterious, and powerful. No one expected him to appear at the Mu Clan Doc's martial contest for marriage. "I want to see how strong you are and what is so strange about your black mystic aura," Yang Dingtian thought in his heart. He lifted the lance and smashed it at Tuoba Ye's iron ruler. Bang! There was a dull and loud sound. A lump of black figure extended along the lance and instantly entered Yang Dingtian's palm. In an instant, Yang Dingtian felt that wherever the black figure passed by, his arm would feel sore and weak. He didn't even have a trace of strength and couldn't even grab onto the lance that weighed a few kilograms. Not good. Yang Dingtian quickly retreated over 10 feet. When Tuoba Yi saw that Yang Dingtian was at a disadvantage, he laughed heartily and instantly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian like a shifting shadow. His speed was actually much faster than Yang Dingtian. Subsequently, the ferocious iron ruler smashed towards Yang Dingtian's chest. "Be careful!" The audience cried out in alarm. Mu Lianqing couldn't be bothered to heal his daughter as the hidden weapon in his hand shot out like lightning towards Tuoba Yi. With a flash of light, Mu Lianqing's hidden weapon was intercepted in midair. Then, a voice came from the horizon. It said coldly, "Mu Clan leader, let's have a proper competition for marriage. Don't break the rules." Mu Lianqing's expression changed. This person didn't even show himself and was able to destroy his hidden weapon. It was obvious that this person's cultivation level was higher than his, and from the sound of his voice, he wasn't any younger than him. It was obvious that Tuoba Yi wasn't the only one who came. There were other experts from the Raging Flames Castle, and their cultivation levels were higher than Tuoba Ye's. At this moment, Tuoba Ye's iron ruler had already smashed onto Yang Dingtian's chest. "You can die now." Tuoba Yi laughed loudly. Yang Dingtian staggered back a few steps due to the intense pain. However, he was completely unscathed. The blackness didn't even touch his chest. "How is that possible? You actually didn't die after being struck in the heart by me?" Tuoba Yi was shocked. Yang Dingtian took a few more steps back and maintained a distance from Tuoba Yi. Yang Dingtian might be at a disadvantage in the first two moves, but he was able to probe the opponent's depth. That's right. This person's cultivation level was higher than his, but with Yang Dingtian's 9 Yang Mystic Meridians, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage as long as it wasn't a battle that was beyond his cultivation level. This person's cultivation definitely wasn't above the Mystic Martial Master standard and was even inferior to Qin Shaobai. Even though Jiang Yi wasn't using the Night Owl Giant Sword and was using a horse lance without any Mystic Qi enhancement, the opponent's Mystic Qi level wasn't enough to injure him. The truly fatal thing was the poison in the opponent's Mystic Qi. That's right, it was the poison in the mystic chi. With just a slight touch, the poisonous mystic chi would enter the body and immediately destroy the mystic meridians that the poisonous chi passed through. The victim would immediately feel weak and wouldn't be able to use any mystic chi. Thus, even though Mu Yenni's cultivation was higher than Yang Dingtian, she was still at a disadvantage. The poison in the mystic chi was like a bug. Even if one's mystic chi was stronger than Tuoba Ye's by a few levels, it would immediately be dissolved by the poisonous chi upon contact. The victim would become extremely weak and would be at the mercy of the opponent. Furthermore, the opponent's speed was extremely fast. It was hard to hit the opponent, but it was extremely easy for the opponent to hit you. There were truly all sorts of strange things in this world. Jiang Yi was actually able to see someone practicing the poisonous mystic chi in the southwest desolate land. Everyone knew that poison humans wanted to poison themselves. Those who practiced the poisonous mystic chi might be formidable, but they would definitely have a short lifespan. However, as long as one grasped the opponent's specialty, there would be a way to neutralize it. Tuoba Ye's speed was fast, his footwork was strange, and his mystic chi was poisonous. The way to neutralize it was to not clash with his weapon. Instead, one had to get close to his body and seize the opportunity to break through his defense before launching a torrential attack. Yan Nantian, you aren't a match for him. Come down quickly. Let us discuss this at length. Mu Yancheng yelled out from below. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and started to recall the opponent's strange footwork. He then searched for the flaws and rearranged the pig-slaying swordsmanship to form a set of perfect attack routes and moves. The pig-slaying swordsmanship could be considered as the #1 mystical sword art in the world. It wasn't just the mystic chi, but also the moves and footwork. As long as one practiced the sword countless times, one could casually disassemble and rearrange the 9 moves. The more Yang Dingtian used the pig-slaying swordsmanship, the more he felt how profound it was. Seeing Yang Dingtian closing his eyes, Tuobayi laughed loudly and said, "Why? Are you pretending to be dead?" Finishing his statement, Tuobayi's figure moved like a ghost and instantly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. The iron ruler in his hand smashed down at Yang Dingtian's head. He relied on the fact that his mystic chi was poisonous and his speed was fast. These two characteristics were truly fearless. In an instant, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and saw Tuoba Ye's iron ruler. He leaned back and avoided the danger of his head being smashed, but his lower abdomen's chi vessel was completely exposed. Of course, Yang Dingtian was taking a risk and gambling. He bet that Tuoba Yi would attack his chi vessel and not his lower body. Because his chi vessel was protected by the deep-sea mystic clothes, and his lower body wasn't protected at all. If he gambled wrongly, the consequences would be unimaginable. As expected, when Tuoba Yi saw Yang Dingtian's chi vessel exposed, he was instantly delighted. He let out a sinister smile and smashed down at Yang Dingtian's chi vessel with his astounding aura. He had used up almost all his mystic chi and wanted to smash Yang Dingtian into smithereens. No! Mu Yancheng couldn't hold it in any longer. He leaped into mid-air and pounced at Tuoba Yi like an eagle hunting a rabbit. Bang! There was a burst of yell in the air as a gray figure instantly appeared and clashed with Mu Yancheng's palm. Mu Yancheng's body turned sluggish and fell to the ground. He took over a dozen steps back and felt his blood surging. Before everyone could see the face of that gray figure, he had already vanished without a trace at an even faster speed. His footwork was several times faster than Tuoba Ye's and was also several times more bizarre. However, since the two were of the same lineage, it was obvious that this person should be Tuoba Ye's master. Mu Yancheng, if you dare to interfere with the fairness of the martial arts competition, don't blame me for being merciless. That gray figure's voice echoed in midair. At the same moment, there was a loud bang as Tuoba Ye's iron ruler smashed onto Yang Dingtian's chi vessel. Pfff. Yang Dingtian spat out a blood arrow that was a few feet long, and his body fell straight to the ground. Ah! Mu Lianchen let out a cry of despair. The Qi vessel was the most important place for a martial artist. Once the Qi vessel was struck, the martial artist would definitely be smashed into pieces and die on the spot. But when Yang Dingtian's back was stuck to the ground, he abruptly kicked towards Tuoba Ye's crotch. It was fast and sharp. "Be careful," the gray figure exclaimed. Tuoba Yi was currently looking at Mu Lianyi complacently. When he heard his master's exclamation, he instantly felt a chill at his crotch and was frightened out of his wits. If his crotch was kicked, he might not die, but a man's most important place would definitely turn into a pile of mud. It would truly be a fate worse than death. At this moment, Tuoba Ye's body was really like a ghost as he suddenly rose over a dozen meters like a spring and shot into the sky. Even so, his lower body was still swept by Yang Dingtian's foot. He instantly felt an intense pain as he let out a miserable yell in mid-air and stopped his movements. "Now is the time," Yang Dingtian yelled out as he smashed the lance on the ground and shot himself into mid-air. Swish! In mid-air, Yang Dingtian's body turned upside down. Pig-slaying sword art's fourth move, dig out the heart and lungs. Pig-slaying sword art's fifth move, cleanse the intestines. Pig-slaying sword art's sixth move, stomp the four limbs. Bang, 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 making use of the intense pain in Tuoba Ye's lower body to slow down his movements, Yang Dingtian's lance was like a torrential storm as he smashed it at Tuoba Ye. One lance, one lance, one lance. In an instant, dozens of lance attacks were launched. In mid-air, Tuoba Ye was vomiting blood violently while his body was emitting sounds of being thrashed. Finally, Yang Dingtian aimed his lance at Tuoba Ye's head and smashed it down. Pig-slaying sword art's third move, beheading the head. In an instant, Tuoba Ye's head was smashed into meat paste. Bang! Suddenly, a gray figure flashed from afar. Then, an extremely powerful energy cleaved at Yang Dingtian's chest. Yang Dingtian felt suffocated as his body flew over a dozen meters and was about to fall off the stage. Hooking his legs to the corner of the stage, Yang Dingtian forcefully stood up while a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, Tuoba Ye, who was supposed to be dead for sure, flipped in midair like a loach and landed on the ground. He then took a few steps back and stood still. Shameless! Yang Dingtian yelled at the gray figure, "Sir, you keep saying that this is a fair contest and that you don't allow Mu clan head to interfere. But just when Tuoba Ye was about to lose, you sneak attacked me. You are truly shameless. What face do you have left to be a senior? Have you lived for so many years in vain?" That's right. Tuoba Ye's master must have sneak attacked Yang Dingtian at the last moment and caused him to fail. Originally, Yang Dingtian's final lance attack was about to destroy Tuoba Ye. This was an opportunity that he risked his life for. Right now, it would be too difficult for him to kill Tuoba Ye with a single strike. The moment Yang Dingtian finished speaking, that gray figure said coldly, "Kid, be careful of your loose lips. I can kill you as easily as stepping on an ant. Is there anything a shameless person like you won't do? I don't fear death. Why do you have to threaten me with death?" Yang Dingtian sneered and said, "You are the one who is shameless, and you don't allow others to talk about it. Kid, you will regret it." The gray figure's sinister voice echoed in midair. He still didn't reveal himself and then went silent. Right now, Tuoba Ye's body was drenched in blood and riddled with injuries. However, his body was very strange as though it was soaked in some poison. Therefore, his body was like a natural armor. Yang Dingtian smashed him dozens of times with the lance, but he didn't die. Even a few of his bones weren't broken. Of course, Yang Dingtian's weapon was too weak. If it was the Night Owl Giant Sword or the Elementary Sword Soul, Tuoba Ye would have been dismembered into pieces. "Tuoba Ye, you have lost. So get lost," Yang Dingtian said coldly. Tuoba Ye wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yang Dingtian with extremely venomous eyes. He sneered and said, I have lost. Isn't it too early for you to say such words? Finishing his statement, Tuoba Ye's eyes shot out a demonic radiance while his body arched. Pa 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 pa. His body let out a series of explosive sounds before he suddenly emitted balls of black aura. His body was constantly expanding. Moments later, Tuoba Ye became like a devil and malicious spirit. His entire body was hideous and completely deformed. He was over 3 meters tall. Right now, not only did he completely recover his cultivation, but his mystic chi had also increased drastically. It was obvious that he was using an evil art to overdraft his mystic chi. Yang Dingtian had injured him, and he had to dismember Yang Dingtian into pieces. I've said it before. Mu Lianyi is mine. The treasured pearl is also mine. If anyone dares to obstruct me, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Tuoba Ye suddenly roared out before howling towards the sky. Ichthyosaur transformation. Earlier on, he had used the Ichthyosaur transformation to instantly defeat the 6-star mystic martial artist, Mu Lianyi. Right now, not only did he execute the Ichthyosaur transformation, but he also used an evil art to increase his cultivation. His power was much stronger than the previous Ichthyosaur transformation. In an instant, Tuoba Ye turned into an incomparably huge black shadow and rushed at Yang Dingtian like a devil's whirlwind. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, there were loud sounds. It was as though the martial stage was covered in black clouds. Yang Dingtian, come down quickly. Mu Liancheng exclaimed as his palm cleaved at Yang Dingtian and wanted to use his mystic chi to push Yang Dingtian away. Pfff. There was a powerful mystic chi that blocked Mu Liancheng's mystic chi. It was that gray shadow again. He wanted to kill Yang Dingtian under the berserk Tuoba Ye's Ichthyosaur transformation. Shameless. Mu Liancheng roared with rage as his eye sockets were about to crack. In an instant, Tuoba Ye's black shadow enveloped Yang Dingtian. This Ichthyosaur transformation was Tuoba Ye's trump card. Earlier on, he had used this Ichthyosaur transformation to break Mu Lianyi's sea serpent transformation and send Mu Lianyi flying for dozens of meters. Back then, Tuoba Ye had only used 50% of the Ichthyosaur transformation. Right now, in order to kill Yang Dingtian, he was using 120% of the Ichthyosaur transformation. In an instant, Yang Dingtian was completely engulfed by the black shadow. Countless ice blades, incomparable mystic chi, and countless poisonous gases were violently crushing and assaulting his body. In an instant, Yang Dingtian felt as though he was struck by countless huge hammers and as though his heart was pierced by thousands of arrows. Pong 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 pong. There were countless attacks on Yang Dingtian's body. Pfff pfff pfff. Yang Dingtian's blood was like a fountain as it surged out while his body was instantly filled with wounds. Because this black gas was filled with lethal poison, Yang Dingtian felt that his mystic chi was rapidly disappearing. His body heat and blood were also rapidly draining away. In an instant, he felt ice cold while his vision turned black. This Ichthyosaur transformation was indeed horrifying and powerful. Yang Dingtian didn't even have any chance to retaliate. I didn't die in the hands of Qin Shaobai and didn't die in the hands of the martial supreme Shimen Ju. I actually died in the hands of a mere Tuoba Ye. Yang Dingtian thought in his heart. If he had used the Night Owl giant sword, he wouldn't have such an outcome. However, Yang Dingtian still didn't regret. He would never use the Night Owl giant sword again. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to be crushed into pieces, he suddenly felt that this Ichthyosaur transformation was very familiar. Soon, he realized that the dragonfish transformation was very similar to the devil-devouring sword array that Qin Shaobai had once used. Following that, he immediately realized that it wasn't just similar. It was completely the devil-devouring sword array. Furthermore, it was a knockoff version of the devil-devouring sword array. It was just that it was packaged with a layer of poisonous gas. He didn't expect for Tuoba Ye to know the knockoff version of the devil-devouring sword array. This was a cultivation art of evil ways. Devil-devouring sword array. Then I can break it with my eyes closed. Yang Dingtian sneered and circulated all the mystic qi in his body. He aimed at the strongest, most dangerous, and most frenzied corner and rushed out with lightning speed. This was the only flaw of the devil-devouring sword array. At this moment, Mu Yanqing was already in battle with that gray shadow. Everyone was looking at the contest stage in despair. Even Mu Yanni had a sorrowful expression. It was obvious that everyone thought that Yang Dingtian had died under Tuoba Ye's ichthyosaur transformation. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud sound. Yang Dingtian's figure suddenly rushed out from that black shadow and rushed out of the horrifying devil-devouring sword array. Ah! Everyone exclaimed and looked at this scene in disbelief. Even Tuoba Yi was completely stunned. He had such a mystical and powerful ichthyosaur transformation, but Yang Dingtian didn't die and even broke out of the array. How was this possible? Now, you can die. Yang Dingtian suddenly leaped into the air and entered the ichthyosaur transformation's black shadow. He raised the horse lance in his hand and aimed at one of the black shadows before smashing it down. Pfff. Fresh blood splattered. Ah! There was an incomparably mournful cry. The ichthyosaur transformation's giant whirlwind shadow vanished without a trace. Tuoba Yi let out a miserable cry as his body flew out dozens of meters like a straw. His skull cracked open and fresh blood was gushing out, but he wasn't dead yet. Everyone was completely stunned. What was going on? Not only did Yang Dingtian break the ichthyosaur transformation, but he also cracked Tuoba Ye's skull. Tuoba Yi was even stronger than Mu Yanni, and Mu Yanni's mystic qi grade was also superior to Yang Dingtian. The gray shadow and Mu Yanqing stopped fighting and looked at the stage with astonishment. Yang Dingtian looked at Tuoba Yi, who was vomiting blood on the ground, and said, "You have lost, so you can't marry Mu Yanni. Go back to your Raging Flames castle obediently." Note, requesting for a few monthly votes. Chapter 128. Tuoba Yi revealed a cold smile and said, "Yan Nantian, you are indeed incredible. I never expected you to be able to break my dragonfish transformation. However, it is still too early to say who will win or lose. I am only a substitute for the young lord. The young lord is several times stronger than me." Ha! Once he said this, everyone was shocked. What? You are only a substitute? Yang Dingtian immediately exclaimed. This Tuoba Yi tore off his face and revealed a pale and ordinary face. He was indeed just a substitute. That's right. I am only the young lord's sword slave. The young lord only sent me to test your strength. Tomorrow, he will personally go up on stage to compete. If he wins, the beauty will belong to him and the pearl will also belong to him. This substitute sneered and said, "Yan Nantian, do you know what level my young lord is at?" "Speak." Yang Dingtian said. "He has already broken through to the great mystic martial master and possesses mystic skills. How are you going to fight?" Ha! This substitute immediately burst into laughter while vomiting blood. Instantly, Mu Yanqing and Yang Dingtian's expressions changed drastically. That's right. The great mystic martial master was the clearest dividing line for martial artists. It was the symbol of a true expert because the great mystic martial master could learn mystic skills. Mystic skills against martial skills would be an instant kill. Mystic skills and martial skills were as different as heaven and earth. Finally, that substitute looked at Mu Yanni's hot and sexy body with greedy eyes and laughed, "Beauty, just wait to be ravaged by my young lord." Finishing his statement, that substitute suddenly smashed his own head. Bang! There was a loud sound as blood spurted out. This substitute smashed his own head into smithereens and died completely. Everyone present was shocked. This substitute didn't die, but he committed suicide in front of everyone. It could be seen how ruthless and decisive the Raging Flames castle was. The gray shadow old man walked to the corpse of this substitute and placed his palm on his chest. He said indifferently, "Don't worry. The young lord will avenge you. He will dismember this Yan Nantian into 10,000 pieces. Rest in peace. PFFF." Immediately after, the gray shadow old man spat out mystic chi. In an instant, the body of the substitute was smashed into pieces. Then, the gray shadow old man stood up and said, "My name is Gray Eagle, a deacon of the Raging Flames castle. Mu Yancheng, tell me honestly. Did you win or lose in our battle just now?" Mu Yancheng went silent for a moment before replying, "I am not your match." The gray shadow old man said, "Between you and Yan Nantian, who is stronger?" Mu Yancheng said, "Yan Nantian isn't my match." Huiying said, "Then I can tell you, I'm not young master's opponent. His profound skill, Wind Shadow Devil Sword, can kill me." Finally, Huiying looked at Yan Nantian and sneered, "Do you think you're a match for my young master now? Was the beauty more important? Was his life more important? Think about it carefully." After saying that, the gray eagle turned into a shadow and left quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Mu Lieni, wash yourself clean and lie on the bed. Wait for my young master's arrival. Also, prepare the fire immunity chilling pearl as your dowry. Tomorrow, my young master will come to participate in the marriage by martial arts competition. Mu Liancheng, don't even think about escaping. If my young master doesn't see you and your daughter when he comes to the martial arts competition tomorrow, he will slaughter all the innocent citizens in the surrounding 100 miles. Ha 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 ha. Finally, Hui Ying's sinister and arrogant laughter echoed in everyone's ears, causing them to tremble in fear. The entire Mu clan docks instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone revealed a fearful expression. "Young master, you have to leave immediately. Leave with the fire immunity chilling pearl." Mu Yanqing said. "What about you guys? What about you guys?" Yang Dingtian. "My cultivation might have regressed for the past 10 years, but I will never bring shame to Cloud Heaven City. Even if I have to die, I will drag a few Raging Flames castle down with me." Mu Yanqing said. "I will not leave." Yang Dingtian said, "Uncle Mu, I don't mind telling you that I really need this fire immunity chilling pearl because I want to go to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave to forge a soul sword. But I will never leave. I will advance and retreat with you guys." "No way." Mu Yanqing said resolutely, "I am someone who should have died long ago. The city lord saved me, and I am already lucky to have lived for more than 10 years. But young master, you are different. You need to kill Shimen Ju and take back Cloud Heaven City. Your life is worth thousands of gold, and you cannot die here. Take the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art and the fire immunity chilling pearl and leave immediately." Yang Dingtian instantly fell into silence and shook his head resolutely. Mu Yanqing clenched his teeth and knelt down. "Young master, if you don't leave, I will kneel here until I die." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Uncle Mu, I will not leave. If I were to escape after encountering Emir Tuobayi, how am I going to face Shimen Ju in the future? How am I going to face Dongfang Bingling?" Mu Yanqing said, but he is already a great mystic martial master and is 2 ranks higher than you. He even has mystic skills. His lethality is a qualitative leap compared to martial skills." Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Great mystic martial master. Mystic skills. Wanting to win a battle that was 2 ranks higher than him was completely a myth, not a reality. But perhaps, he could change his way of thinking. That's right. Tuobayi is already a great mystic martial master and has mystic skills. I might not be able to defeat him with brute force, but I might be able to outsmart him. Yang Dingtian said slowly, "Furthermore, the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art might bring me an unexpected breakthrough." "Young master, you are crazy. Tuobayi is 17 ranks higher than you. crossing two ranks to fight, and no one has ever won in the past 1,000 years. No one has even survived. No matter how mystical the pig-slaying sword art is, it will not be able to break through more than 10 ranks a second time. Mu Yanqing exclaimed. Uncle Mu, let me practice the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art first. If I don't have any hope of winning, then I will not participate. How about that? Yang Dingtian said, I said it before. I need to outsmart him, not brute force. No, you have to leave. Mu Yanqing knelt on the ground and said resolutely. Yang Dingtian said with a cold expression, I am the young master. I have the final say. I will never leave. Mu Yanqing let out a mournful laugh and said, Young master, even if the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art gives you a shocking breakthrough. Even if you were to defeat Tuoba Yi in tomorrow's contest, so what? He will never leave obediently just because he lost. The Raging Flames Castle has the advantage in numbers and experts. They will definitely turn hostile and start a massacre to snatch Lieni and the fire immunity chilling pearl. By then, you will only die in vain. Therefore, we have to find a virtuous and reputable expert to oversee the contest. If Tuoba Yi loses, the Raging Flames Castle will have to leave obediently. Yang Dingtian asked, Is there such an expert in the vicinity? Mu Yanqing thought for a moment and said, There is, but this person is reticent and never meddles in other people's business. I am not afraid to tell you that when the Raging Flames Castle gave us the ultimatum, I had sought his help and was even willing to offer the fire immunity chilling pearl. I only asked him to protect the lives of my Mu clan docs, but he rejected me. Yang Dingtian was instantly astonished. Mu Yanqing was willing to offer the fire immunity chilling pearl, but the other party wasn't willing to help. This person had too much character. Who is this person? Yang Dingtian asked. Wooden Sword Castle Lord, Li Guinong. Mu Yanqing replied. It's him. Yang Dingtian exclaimed, The Wooden Sword Castle is nearby. It is less than 300 miles away and is the only reputable sect within a few thousand miles. But ever since Li Tianxiao betrayed the clan, the Wooden Sword Castle had completely declined. They have been living in seclusion in the valley and no longer bother about worldly affairs. Mu Yanqing asked, Does young master know him? I met him once in the Yinyang school. Yang Dingtian asked, How is Li Guinong's cultivation? He is a martial ancestor realm expert. Within 1,000 miles, there shouldn't be a match for him. Mu Yanqing replied. Yang Dingtian was instantly astonished. This Li Guinong didn't look astonished and looked like an old farmer from the countryside. He was actually so formidable. Then it's like this. Yang Dingtian said, I will go to the Wooden Sword Castle and invite Li Guinong over to the Mu clan docks to host tomorrow's contest. I believe that with him around, the Raging Flames Castle wouldn't dare to be impudent. But this person is reclusive and will never agree. Mu Yanqing said. If we don't try, how would we know? It's decided then. Yang Dingtian said, I will use my fastest speed to return and begin cultivating the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art. Yang Dingtian rode on a fast horse and galloped towards the northeast direction. The Wooden Sword Castle was once one of the prominent 3 sects and 9 clans. They were extremely prestigious and powerful. Every generation of the Wooden Sword Castle would have at least 2 master realm experts. But ever since the biggest traitor, Li Tianxiao, appeared 200 years ago, all the experts of the Wooden Sword Castle were killed and the Southwest Alliance army was poisoned to death. From then on, the Wooden Sword Castle had completely declined. The mighty and majestic Metal Sword Castle headquarters that spanned across several miles had turned into a pile of ruins. The Wooden Sword Castle was relocated to a remote valley a few hundred miles away. Yang Dingtian sped with all his might and arrived at the Wooden Sword Valley where the Wooden Sword Castle was located in half an hour later. There was only one path to enter the valley. Halt! The Wooden Sword Castle does not accept guests. Before entering the valley, 2 sword-wielding warriors came forward to block the path. Yang Dingtian saw clearly that these two guards didn't have any armor and were wearing coarse clothes. It was obvious that the Wooden Sword Castle was in dire financial straits. Please report to Castle Lordly that an old friend from the Yinyang school wishes to meet him. Yang Dingtian bowed while on the horse. Yinyang school. The two guards were startled. Their expressions became incomparably respectful. It was clear that the Yinyang school's reputation was illustrious. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I will go and report this. One of the warriors bowed respectfully and then turned around and ran into the valley. The other warrior came to the side of the stone table and said to Yang Dingtian, esteemed guest, please come and have some tea. Yang Dingtian sat down. The warrior poured a cup of tea for Yang Dingtian and said with an ashamed expression, in the countryside, the tea leaves are coarse. Please forgive us, esteemed guest. That's very good. Thank you, senior brother. Yang Dingtian said. The Wooden Sword Castle warrior's face was filled with admiration. This disciple was indeed different. He was actually so humble. Thus, he sat down and chatted with Yang Dingtian. His expression and words were filled with admiration. It was clear that the Yinyang school's halo was too shocking for them. About 10 minutes later, a group of people quickly ran out from the valley. The leader was Wooden Sword Castle's master, Li Guinong, and his daughter, Shui Hongxiao. Shui Hongxiao was still as wild and beautiful as before. She looked somewhat similar to Mu Lianyi. Senior brother from the upper sect, your presence brings light to our humble castle. Li Guinong did not welcome you from afar. Please forgive me. Li Guinong bowed deeply when he was about 10 meters away from Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Even if he was a disciple of the Yinyang school, his seniority was the lowest. This Li Guinong was actually so respectful and addressed him as senior brother. Castle Master Li, let's talk inside. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, senior brother. Please. Li Guinong replied respectfully. Instead, it was Shui Hongxiao who looked at Yang Dingtian with dissatisfaction and hostility. However, it was unknown why. Perhaps it was because she had been bullied back at the Yinyang sect. In the main hall, Li Guinong invited Yang Dingtian to take a seat and ordered Shui Hongxiao to personally serve him tea. Humph. After pouring a cup of tea for Yang Dingtian, Shui Hongxiao could no longer hold it in. She said softly, there's no good person in the Yinyang school. As soon as she said this, Li Guinong's expression changed drastically. He shouted, Shui Hongxiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Why aren't you apologizing to senior brother? What's there to apologize for? It's the truth. Shui Hongxiao said, there's no good person in the Yinyang school. Especially that Dongfang Bingling. Not only did she break the engagement, she even injured her own fiancé. Brother Yang Dingtian is so nice. Shut up. Li Guinong's body trembled. He pointed at Shui Hongxiao and said, get out. Get out. Then, he walked in front of Yang Dingtian and bowed deeply. My daughter is rude and impetuous. Senior brother, please don't be angry. I, Li Guinong, will always remember the Yinyang school's great kindness. If it wasn't for the Yinyang school, the Wooden Sword Fort would have been removed from the 27 sects. If senior brother has any orders, the Wooden Sword Fort will definitely do it. Yang Dingtian quickly went forward and helped Li Guinong up. He said softly, Martial Uncle Li, I'm Yang Dingtian. What? Li Guinong's expression changed drastically. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Then, he quickly walked out and closed all the doors and windows. After confirming that there was no one around, he walked out. After confirming that there was no one around, he immediately turned around and said in shock, you're really nephew Yang? How did you appear here? Shui Hongxiao immediately cried out in surprise. She quickly ran over and grabbed Yang Dingtian's hands. You're really big brother Yang Dingtian? It's me. Yang Dingtian took off his mask and revealed his real face. He had many masks, which Shiman Ningning had placed in his interspatial ring in advance. Of course, compared to the illusion demonic beast mask, these masks weren't as realistic. However, if one didn't look very carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell. The illusion demonic beast mask, on the other hand, was completely alive. Ah! Shui Hongxiao still cried out softly. Then, she covered her small mouth with her hand and tried her best to hold back her tears. Her other hand tightly held on to Yang Dingtian. She couldn't say anything for a while. For some reason, they had only met once and exchanged a few words, but at this moment, they seemed to be incomparably close. Seeing his daughter's undisguised affection, Li Guinong immediately said awkwardly, "Little girl, go out and guard the door. Don't let anyone come near. I have something to say to your big brother Yang." Okay. Shui Hongxiao said softly. She reluctantly let go of Yang Dingtian's hand and said softly, "Big brother Yang, I'll talk to you later." After Shui Hongxiao left, Li Guinong said softly, "Nephew, the Northwest Qin clan and Cloud Heaven City are chasing after you. Not long ago, the Northwest Qin clan sent someone to give me an ultimatum. They ordered me to kill you immediately if I find you. Moreover, it seems like they have already sent a group of people into the Southwest continent to kill you. They know that I came to the Southwest continent?" Yang Dingtian asked. "They seem to have sensed something. Anyway, you have to be careful." Li Guinong said, "How about this? You stay in my wooden sword castle and don't go out. You can leave after this wave of danger passes." "Thank you, Martial Uncle Li. However, I came here this time because I have another request." Yang Dingtian said. "Speak," Li Guinong said. "Does Martial Uncle Li know about the Mu clan docks?" "I am here for them," Yang Dingtian said. "For the matter of the Raging Flames castle forcing the Mu clan's young lady to marry?" Li Guinong said, "Nephew, at this point in time, you still have the mood to care about their matters? This Raging Flames castle is in cahoots with the Northwest Qin clan. You will be in great danger. I have no choice." Yang Dingtian said, "Because Mu Liancheng is a member of Cloud Heaven City and is the most trusted person of City Lord Shiman. They treat me as their young lord." Li Guinong was instantly astonished. "There is such a relationship?" Yang Dingtian said, "Therefore, I cannot sit by and do nothing. I cannot watch as Mu Lianyi falls into the fire pit. I cannot watch as Tuoba Yi snatches the fire immunity chilling pearl." Li Guinong remained silent for a moment before he lifted his head and said, "Say it. What do you need me to do?" Yang Dingtian said, "Even though you have secluded yourself from the world and don't care about the matters of the world, you are still a person of virtue and prestige within 1,000 miles. Tomorrow, Tuoba Yi will personally participate in the spouse finding martial contest. Even if I defeat him, the Raging Flames castle will turn hostile and start a massacre to snatch the fire immunity chilling pearl and Mu Lianyi. Therefore, I request for you to preside over tomorrow's martial contest. If the Raging Flames castle loses, they will not be able to touch anything belonging to the Mu clan." "What? You want to have a martial contest with Tuoba Yi?" "No way." Li Guinong said resolutely, "I know that Tuoba Yi has already broken through to the great mystic martial master and obtained a mystic skill manual. You are an absolute prodigy, but you are not a match for him now. No way, you cannot participate in the martial contest." Yang Dingtian said, "Later on, I will go back and learn the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art. I hope to have a huge breakthrough. Furthermore, if there is hope of winning tomorrow, I will participate in the martial contest. If there is no hope, I will not participate." Li Guinong remained silent for a moment and said, "How about this, I will go with you. But you don't have to participate in tomorrow's martial contest. I will let my eldest disciple, Shiman Bao, participate. He has already broken through to the great mystic martial master and is able to fight with Tuoba Yi." Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and nodded, "All right, I will listen to Marshal Uncle Li's arrangement. Li Guinong stood up and said, then it is decided. I will immediately go and prepare. We will depart immediately. Yes, many thanks to Marshal Uncle. Yang Dingtian said respectfully. His heart was indeed filled with gratitude. Li Guinong was really unrelated to him, but he was willing to break his seclusion and get involved in this dispute. After Li Guinong left, Shui Hongxiao quietly jumped in. She looked at Yang Dingtian with a rosy face and said gently, Big brother Yang, are you still going to leave this time? Before Yang Dingtian replied, Shui Hongxiao lifted her head and said with expectation, don't leave, all right? Just stay in the wooden sword castle. Yang Dingtian was startled for a moment and said, I still have a lot of things to do. Are you going to defeat Dongfang Bingling and take back the Yinyang School's headmaster position? Shui Hongxiao said emotionally, what's so good about that? Isn't it good to live a peaceful life? Yang Dingtian didn't know how to reply. Shui Hongxiao clenched her teeth and stared at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes, you stay. I will marry you, give birth to your children, and serve you for the rest of my life. Isn't that good? Chapter 129. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but look at Shui Hongxiao. At this moment, her delicate face was completely red. Although she was extremely shy, she still bravely looked at Yang Dingtian. Her beautiful and wild face was especially charming. After taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said, you're the cutest and most beautiful girl I've ever seen. It's a pity that I already have a wife, so I don't have this fortune. Is it Yan Yan Shimen? She's a spoiled brat, so she won't treat you well. You'll be wronged. Shui Hongxiao said, a girl like me is a good wife. I know how to cook and serve my husband well. I'll live a good life. I believe that you'll be the best wife in the world, but Yan Yan is also a good wife. She's also the best wife in the world. I can't let her down. Yang Dingtian said gently. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from outside. Shui Hongxiao turned around to take a look, then said in a low voice, I don't care, I just like you. Ever since I came back from Yinyang School and heard about you, I've been worried about you every day. I've been thinking about you every day. After saying that, Shui Hongxiao puckered her red lips and pecked Yang Dingtian on the lips, then quickly ran away. The soft feeling lingered on his lips, but Shui Hongxiao had already run away like a little bird. Yang Dingtian suddenly had mixed feelings. Li Guinong walked in and said to Yang Dingtian, everything is ready, let's go. Yes, uncle, Yang Dingtian replied. Then, he put on the mask and walked outside. Li Guinong suddenly said, sigh, that silly girl of mine. Yang Dingtian's face immediately turned red, then he said sincerely, Shui Hongxiao is really the cutest girl in the world. I'll treat her like my own sister and protect her for the rest of my life. Sigh. Li Guinong sighed again, the three of them rode on 3 horses. Yang Dingtian didn't even eat and directly returned to Mu Clan docks with Li Guinong and Shimen Bao. Shimen Bao was a quiet young man around 25 or 26 years old. He was Li Guinong's most outstanding disciple. 1.5 hours later, the 3 of them arrived at the Mu Clan docks. The sky was already dark, and Mu Yancheng led the crowd to welcome them at the entrance. Everyone from the Mu clan thanked Sect Master Li for his great kindness. Before Li Guinong even got off his horse, Mu Yancheng had already led over 100 manor members to bow down. I don't dare, I don't dare. This is what this Li ought to do. Mu clan head, please don't stand on ceremony. Li Guinong quickly dismounted and helped Mu Yancheng up. My humble abode has already prepared a banquet. Sect Master Li, please. Mu family head, please. Yang Dingtian accompanied Li Guinong and Mu Yancheng for a few drinks before leaving the banquet. He was about to enter the second stage of the pig-slaying sword art. Just as Yang Dingtian closed the door, there was a knock on the door. Hero Yen, do you have time? It was Mu Yenni's voice. Mu Yencheng had yet to reveal his identity to her. What can I do for you, Miss Mu? Yang Dingtian asked. I wish to have a few words with Hero Yen. Mu Yenni replied. Yang Dingtian paused for a moment and didn't know what Mu Yenni wanted to say. He went up and opened the door. Mu Yenni walked in and was still wearing her tight-fitting leather attire. Big Brother Yen, can I address you like this? Mu Yenni asked. Sure. Yang Dingtian was a little embarrassed because Mu Yenni was actually slightly older than him. I heard from my father that he asked you to leave with the fire immunity chilling pearl, but you weren't willing. You insisted on having a battle with Tuobayi tomorrow? Mu Yenni asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. Why? Mu Yenni stared at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes and asked. Of course, I don't wish for Miss Mu to enter the fire pit. Yang Dingtian replied. Is that the only reason? Mu Yenni asked. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and said, of course, there are other reasons. Mu Yenni blushed and wanted to say something but stopped. She also had a rare bashful expression. She was a very generous girl, but she actually showed such an expression. Don't tell me you're here to confess again. Yang Dingtian thought in his heart. He had already rejected Shui Hongxiao, and he really didn't want to provoke any other girl. Finally, Mu Yenni gathered all her courage and said, Big Brother Yen, I am very grateful that you are willing to die for me. However, I am very sorry. My heart already belongs to someone, and there is no room for another man in my heart. Therefore, I cannot accept your kind intentions. I am very sorry. Yang Dingtian was startled for a moment before he let out a carefree smile. He thought Mu Yenni was here to confess, but she was actually rejecting him. He let out a long sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Therefore, Big Brother Yen, you better take the fire immunity chilling pearl and leave. Mu Yenni said, you don't have to participate in tomorrow's martial contest. He will definitely make it because next year is the last day of our 5-year agreement. He will definitely make it and rescue me from the demon's hands. I believe in him. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I will not leave. Mu Yenni immediately said anxiously, Big Brother Yen, don't force me. I really can't accept you. No, don't misunderstand. Yang Dingtian said, I also wanted to tell you that I already have a wife, and I love my wife very much. If that man can make it tomorrow and defeat Tuobayi, then it will be the best situation. I can then stay behind to attend your wedding. Really? Mu Yenni was pleasantly surprised and said, you really have a wife? Then why did you participate in the martial contest for marriage? I saw injustice on the road and drew my sword to help. Yang Dingtian said. You are really a good person. Mu Yenni joyfully hugged Yang Dingtian's wrist and shook it, why don't we become brother and sister? From today onwards, you will be my biological big brother. Yang Dingtian immediately let out a bitter smile. In the blink of an eye, he had been given a good person card. Alright, I am very happy to have such a beautiful sister like you. Yang Dingtian said. Alright, then let us become sworn brothers now. Mu Yenni seemed to be afraid that Yang Dingtian would regret it. She immediately knelt in front of him and said, I, Mu Yenni, will become sworn brothers and sisters with Yang Dingtian from today onwards. After finishing her statement, Mu Yenni looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to use the fastest speed to establish their relationship as brother and sister. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to kneel and said, Yang Dingtian, will become sworn brothers and sisters with Mu Yenni from today onwards. From today onwards, we will enjoy blessings and endure hardships together. Your parents will be my parents. Your grudges will be my grudges. Your grudges will be my grudges. Of one heart and one mind, of one gratitude and one hatred. With heaven and earth as witness, with the two suns as witness. In the primal chaos continent, this oath was very solemn. Once sworn brothers and sisters were sworn brothers, they would be closer than real brothers and sisters. They had to follow the oath and there was no falsehood. After reciting the oath, Mu Lianyi looked at Yang Dingtian with a slightly more intimate gaze. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but tease, which family is so lucky to be favored by my sister Lianyi? Which prestigious family's disciple is he from? Which prestigious sect's disciple is he from? Mu Lianyi blushed and shook her head, none of them. He is the son of a fisherman's slave. However, he has been different from others since young. He doesn't respect me because of my identity or flatter me because of my beauty. He is very proud. I have always been the one taking the initiative between the two of us. He feels that he is not good enough for me, so he left home 5 years ago and traveled thousands of miles away. He said he was going to fight, and when he was strong enough and distinguished enough, he would come back and marry me. He promised me that he will come back in 5 years at most. Tomorrow is the last day. I believe that he will come back. Yang Dingtian was startled. He looked at Mu Lianyi with an additional look of respect. He didn't expect that she, who was so beautiful and had a prominent status in the southwest continent, would fall in love with such a lowly man. I also believe that he will come back. What is his name? Yang Dingtian asked. His name is Wu Xingwen. Mu Lianyi replied. Li Guanong had already sent Shiman Bao out, and Shiman Bao had already broken through to the great mystic martial master. If Shiman Bao could defeat Tuobayi, it would naturally be the best. Yang Dingtian wouldn't need to go out and fight. After all, this was truly a narrow escape. If it wasn't because of the situation, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be willing to risk his life. But what if Shiman Bao was defeated? How could Yang Dingtian watch as Mu Lianqing's daughter entered the fire pit? How could he watch as the fire immunity chilling pearl landed in the hands of the Northwest Qin clan's lackey? Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to be prepared to fight to the death. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yang Dingtian opened the scroll for the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art. He hoped that the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art would bring him a huge surprise. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, a surge of mystic qi drilled into the pig-slaying sword art scroll. Instantly, a thin and bright line appeared on the scroll. It then extended bit by bit, drawing an ancient and mysterious pattern on the scroll. At the same time, the entire scroll was emitting a misty halo. Then, mountains, rivers, oceans, and other magnificent scenes appeared on the scroll and rotated, vaguely resembling the scenery of the chaotic continent. Time elapsed bit by bit, and the golden lines on the scroll got more complicated and denser. Finally, it covered the entire scroll. But everything wasn't over yet. Under the mysterious lines on the first layer, a brand new line appeared. Yang Dingtian obviously didn't know that compared to other manuals, the pig-slaying sword art had the most complicated mystic qi lines in the world. But the second rank of the secret manual actually had 2 layers of mystic qi lines. It immediately made the entire secret manual become 3-dimensional. When all the mystic qi lines on the 2 layers were revealed, the entire secret manual blossomed with an incomparably bright light. Boom! In an instant, these floating golden mystic qi lines drilled into Yang Dingtian's body and into his mystic veins. At the same time, the second rank of the pig-slaying sword art was completely annihilated. Yang Dingtian only felt a white light flash in his mind. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded, and he felt as if his soul had scattered. Countless information and energy drilled into his body and into his mystic veins. It was really an endless amount of mystic qi energy. That's right, every secret manual scroll had to be written with an astonishing amount of mystic qi energy. The higher the rank of the secret manual, the more mystic qi it contained. But there had never been a secret manual like the pig-slaying sword art, where the mystic qi energy was so astonishing. It looked like a small ball of light, but it was actually like a vast ocean, endlessly entering his body. Then, Yang Dingtian, who was originally sitting on the ground, slowly floated in the air and was completely wrapped in a ball of light. At this time, Yang Dingtian's spirit seemed to have completely entered another world. The second rank of the pig-slaying sword art, Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Sword. The first move, Burning Heaven Sword. At this time, Yang Dingtian seemed to be completely immersed in the flames of hell. As far as the eye could see, there were endless flames, boundless flames. In the sky, there were red flames. Underground, there were blue flames. In the extreme flames of heaven and earth, Yang Dingtian was in between heaven and earth, and there was only one person and one sword. Such a scene was magnificent, and terrifying. In the Earth era, even in movies, Yang Dingtian had never seen such a shocking scene. At this time, Yang Dingtian looked around, looking for the peerless powerhouse, Shiwu Piaoyan. But as far as his eyes could see, there were raging flames, and there was no trace of Shiwu Piaoyan. Yang Dingtian shouted, "Senior Shiwu, have you found the Naga clan?" Whoosh! Suddenly, the endless flames between heaven and earth turned into a mysterious face. It was the supreme Shiwu Piaoyan. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Chapter 130. Are you the one who learned the pig-killing swordsmanship? Shiwu Piaoyan asked. At this time, he was not as ethereal as he was in the first stage. Instead, he was full of majesty and dominance, and there was a faint explosion. Yes, I am. Yang Dingtian said, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Yang Dingtian. Senior Shiwu, have you found the Naga? No. Shiwu Piaoyan said, I've been going west. When I reached the ocean of hell in the far west, there were only ruins left by the Naga. They had foreseen that the world was about to perish, so they all left. The ocean of hell? Yang Dingtian was shocked. 200 years ago, after the Lord of the Soul-extinguishing temple unified the evil ways, the evil demon army came out of the ocean of hell from the east, and from the west to the east, launching a world-destroying battle. The ocean of hell was the residence of the ancient Naga. Senior Shiwu, did you not leave any trace of the Naga? Yang Dingtian asked. No, when I arrived, it had been abandoned for many years. Shiwu Piaoyan said coldly, the Naga, the descendants of the dragon god, have abandoned us humans. Yang Dingtian found that at this time, Shiwu Piaoyan, because of the disappearance of the Naga, felt hopeless, and his heart was full of gloominess and irritation. Then what are you going to do next? Yang Dingtian asked, although it had been more than 10,000 years since Shiwu Piaoyan came to the ocean of hell. Go west, go to the abyss of hell. I will continue to save the world, but I have no hope. Shiwu Piaoyan said, well, don't talk nonsense, let's practice the sword. The first stage, whether it is the Shiwu 9 Disasters sword or the pig-killing swordsmanship, is all about techniques. The second stage, Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Sword, does not practice techniques, but spirit, qi, and quality. Get ready, the first sword, Heaven Burning Sword, chase your limit. After that, Shiwu Piaoyan's figure suddenly dispersed, turning into endless flames between heaven and earth. In the sky, there were red flames burning the bones and tendons. On the ground, there were blue flames, the blazing god Fen Xian. Yang Dingtian was thrown into the air. The flames of heaven and earth continued to approach. Yang Dingtian gripped the sword in his hand tightly and sensed the burning heaven sword. Who? Suddenly, a flame ignited in his hand. Yang Dingtian was immersed in the flames of heaven and earth, practicing his sword. Again and again, the sword became faster and faster, and the momentum became more and more shocking. But at the same time, the flames in the sky began to sink, and the flames on the ground began to rise. The temperature continued to rise. The terrifying flames began to burn his clothes, his hair, his body, and his treasured sword. Yang Dingtian endured with all his might and practiced the first sword move even more crazily. But his body was getting hotter and hotter. Yang Dingtian's clothes began to turn into ashes, followed by his hair. Then, His blood began to boil and the sword in his hand turned redder and redder. In the end, it completely turned into molten iron. Yang Dingtian felt his body begin to melt inch by inch. His blood began to evaporate little by little, and his bones were burned to ashes inch by inch. Boom! In the end, Yang Dingtian's body burned fiercely and completely turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian was left with only a ball of light and shadow. That was his soul, still frantically connecting with the first move, heaven-burning sword, in the flames. In the end, when the flames between heaven and earth were 3,000 feet away from Yang Dingtian, Yang Dingtian's soul was also burned inch by inch and completely turned into ashes. The practice of the first move, heaven-burning sword, ended. After an unknown period of silence, Yang Dingtian's spirit and soul began to gradually recover. The second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Sword, entered the second move, Earth-Sealing Sword. Yang Dingtian's body seemed to be in a 10,000-mile glacier. The ground was endless ice, and the sky was crazy snow. At this time, Shuwu Piaoyan did not appear. In the second stage, his heart was filled with darkness, and there was no desire to communicate or talk. The temperature was getting lower and lower. In this world of ice and snow, Yang Dingtian practiced the second sword move, Earth-Sealing Sword. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. The temperature was getting lower and lower. The terrifying energy began to freeze everything. Pa! Yang Dingtian's clothes were frozen and shattered. Pa! Yang Dingtian's sword was frozen and shattered. Pa pa pa! Yang Dingtian's blood, Yang Dingtian's bones, and Yang Dingtian's flesh and blood were all frozen. In the end, the heavy snow in the sky was completely frozen and could not fall. The temperature was still dropping, as if there was no absolute zero in the universe at all. It kept dropping crazily. Bang! Yang Dingtian's profound qi and soul were completely frozen and then suddenly shattered. Although the temperature continued to drop, for Yang Dingtian, practicing the sword in this frozen world was completely over. After an unknown period of time, Yang Dingtian's spirit began to recover again. At this time, at the top of a mountain, the wind was blowing. Yang Dingtian began to practice the third move, Invisible Sword. At the top of the mountain, Yang Dingtian practiced the third move. His speed was getting faster and faster, and the wind in the whole world was getting stronger and stronger. And no matter which direction the wind came from, it was in the opposite direction of Yang Dingtian's practice, forcing Yang Dingtian's speed to become slower and slower, and finally to a standstill. Yang Dingtian crazily used all his strength. But the wind was getting crazier and stronger. Yang Dingtian was still crazily practicing the third move, Invisible Sword, desperately resisting the strong wind. His clothes were torn, his skin was completely blown, and then his whole body was suddenly blown into the sky. Yang Dingtian was still crazily practicing the third move, but his speed was getting slower and slower, and finally his movements completely stopped. He began to practice the sword in reverse, and all the moves were blown in the opposite direction by the wind. But soon all of this stopped, because the wind tore apart Yang Dingtian's flesh inch by inch, and then his bones. His whole body was blown away. Finally, even his soul was completely blown away. At this time, the huge rocks at the top of the mountain were brittle from the wind, and the huge mountain peak began to collapse. But Yang Dingtian could no longer see the next scene, because he was turned into ashes again. The fourth move, All-Conquering Sword. This time, Yang Dingtian completely entered the world of metal, the world of gravity. Yang Dingtian's body solidified into metal inch by inch, and the gravity of the earth became stronger and stronger. In the crazy sword dance, Yang Dingtian's body completely solidified, and every inch of his body turned into extremely hard metal. Then, the gravity increased from a few times, to tens of times, to hundreds of times. Finally, at 500 times the gravity, Yang Dingtian's body finally collapsed completely, turning into a pancake. At 800 times the gravity, Yang Dingtian's body was completely smashed. At 1,000 times the gravity, Ong Dingtian's soul was also completely devoured. The fifth move, Hell-Splitting Sword. This time, in mid-air, there were mountains and rivers below, and in the sky, there were dark clouds. The dark clouds were getting darker, thicker, and lower. Lightning crazily struck the world, striking young Ding Tian who was practicing in mid-air. Pa! A thick bolt of lightning struck down a middle-aged man. Pa! The lightning bolt struck down a tall tower. Pa! The lightning bolt was hundreds of miles long and dozens of feet thick. It suddenly split open a stone mountain, and also struck Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was completely turned into ashes. The fifth move, Hell-Splitting Sword, ended. The second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship only had a total of 5 moves: Heaven-Burning Sword, Earth-Sealing Sword, Formless Sword, All-Conquering Sword, and Hell-Splitting Sword. As the name implied, the first move countered fire, the second countered ice, the third countered wind, the fourth countered metal, and the fifth countered electricity. Not only that, the first move focused on powerful energy attacks, the second on long and continuous attacks, and the third on speed, fast as the wind. The fourth move focused on defense and breakthrough, and the fifth move focused on strangeness. In short, there had never been a secret manual as mysterious and powerful as the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The incomparably mysterious moves of the first stage had completely stunned Yang Dingtian. When using the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yang Dingtian could defeat experts 2 or 3 levels higher than him. And the second stage of the Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Sword completely shocked Yang Dingtian. A set of swordsmanship could actually resist the 5 elements. The 5 elements of heaven and earth all countered each other. For example, the metal element was countered by the lightning element. Once all metal element experts encountered a lightning element enemy, even if their mystic chi level was 4 or 5, they might not be a match. Only those who were 1 level higher than the opponent would have the confidence to win. And the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship could actually counter the 5 elements experts. This undoubtedly opened a bug for Yang Dingtian. In the future, he could completely counter any expert he faced. And the pig-slaying swordsmanship had a very terrifying characteristic, which was that it could be completely integrated in the end, completely surpassing all moves. As long as it was practiced to the highest level, any move could counter any expert of any element. Of course, this huge bug was not very useful to Yang Dingtian now, because the enemies he faced were still at the yin-yang stage. Before becoming a great mystic martial master, all warriors were unable to learn mystic skills, so their mystic chi was only divided into yin and yang, either ice or fire. And in the northwest continent, it was a world of fire. When a great mystic martial master began to learn mystic skills, the warrior's attributes would change from yin and yang to the 5 elements. At that time, there would not only be ice, fire, wind, metal, and lightning element experts. And compared to the first stage, the second stage of the yin-yang heaven and earth sword had a huge difference. That was, the first stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship had a total of 9 moves. After practicing it tens of thousands of times, Yang Dingtian completely mastered it. Then, after collecting the demon nuclei of the 5 elements to form the yin-yang 5 elements formation, Ong Dingtian's mystic chi instantly broke through to the 19th level. And then, the pig-slaying swordsmanship's mystic chi power completely ended. In other words, it was difficult for his mystic chi to advance by relying on the pig-slaying swordsmanship itself. As for the second stage of the yin-yang heaven and earth sword, each move seemed to be divided into several levels. For example, in the first move, burning the heavens, the heavenly fire and earthly fire were getting closer and closer, but when they were still 300 meters away, Yang Dingtian had already turned into ashes. In the second move, the temperature was still dropping. When the snow started to freeze and could no longer fall, Yang Dingtian had already been completely frozen to death. In the third move, when the mountains and rivers started to crumble from the strong wind, Yang Dingtian's body was completely smashed to pieces. In the fourth move, when the gravity was just 1,000 times, Yang Dingtian's body was completely smashed to pieces. In the fifth move, a lightning bolt that was 50 kilometers long and 30 meters wide split the mountain, and Yang Dingtian was completely turned into ashes. Without a doubt, these 5 states were all at the first stage. There was definitely a second, third, fourth, and fifth stage below them. So now, the suspense was, what kind of breakthrough would Yang Dingtian's mystic chi bring after practicing the first stage of the yin-yang heaven and earth sword? For almost all other secret manuals, only at the first stage would there be a breakthrough in mystic chi. But after the second stage, the breakthrough would be negligible and wouldn't even be half a stage. What about this mystical yin-yang heaven and earth sword? Would there be an exception? For the entire night, Yang Dingtian's room door was tightly shut and didn't open at all. There were all sorts of mystical radiances that were gorgeous and mysterious. However, no one saw this scene because Mu Yanqing had already given the order that no one was allowed to get close to Yang Dingtian's courtyard. The next day, the sun had just risen. Everyone from the Mu clan docks was gathered around the martial stage. There were 2 chairs in the center, and Li Guinong and Mu Yanqing were seated on them. The fit and sexy Mu Lianyi stood behind Mu Yanqing while the silent and majestic Shiman Bao stood behind Li Guinong. The housekeeper walked onto the martial stage and announced loudly, "The last day of the groom-finding martial contest shall begin. The final victor shall become the husband of the Mu clan's young lady, Lianyi. Yesterday's final victor was hero Yan Nantian. Who would like to challenge him?" Below the stage, there was silence. This martial contest was targeted at Tuobayi. If Tuobayi didn't appear, no one would go up the stage. "Light the incense," the housekeeper ordered. Immediately, a giant incense was placed on the table and lit up. This incense was 2 feet long and could burn for 4 hours. At noon, the groom-finding martial contest officially ended. After lighting the incense, everyone held their breaths and waited for Tuobaye's arrival. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. 1 hour passed. Tuobayi still didn't appear. Mu Yanqing and Li Guinong looked at each other. Why wasn't he here yet? Of course, they didn't wish for Tuobayi to come. It would be best if he didn't come. However, Tuobayi would definitely come. No matter what, he wouldn't give up on the rare treasure like the fire immunity chilling pearl and the hot and fresh beauty Mu Lianyi. Tuobayi was a lecherous demon. He would bite a beauty like Mu Lianyi even if he had to die. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Tuobayi still didn't appear. The entire martial stage couldn't remain silent anymore as everyone started to discuss. Some said that the Raging Flames Pavilion was afraid of Li Guinong and didn't dare to come. Mu Yanqing's expression was getting increasingly uneasy. Mu Lianyi's expression was getting increasingly nervous as she constantly looked at the entrance. She wasn't waiting for Tuobayi to appear but for Wu Xingwen. Wu Xingwen promised her that he would become outstanding within 5 years and marry her. Today was the last day. For the past 5 years, Mu Lianyi had been yearning for Wu Xingwen every day. She was relying on the faith of this 5-year promise to support her. If Wu Xingwen didn't appear, she would truly be in despair. She would be in even more despair than marrying a beast like Tuobayi. There was still the last hour, and the sun was already blazing hot. Ha 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 ha, suddenly, there was a burst of laughter from the horizon. It was unknown where it came from, but it seemed to be coming from all directions. Everyone is calling out so loudly. Are you waiting for me to appear? Are you waiting for me to appear with such a mournful expression? Apologies, apologies. I spent a little more time dressing up today. This is my first time meeting my father-in-law, and I have to be grand. This was Tuobaye's voice, which had a hint of bewitchment. Bang! A snow-white figure suddenly burst out from the lake not far away. His clothes were whiter than snow, and there wasn't even a speck of dust. Then, this figure floated over a few hundred meters and landed on the martial stage as though he was weightless. Tuobayi had appeared. He was extremely handsome, but it made people shudder with fear. He drew his eyebrows, painted his eyes, and applied powder on his cheeks. His thin lips were painted with bright red rouge, and there was even an earring hanging from his earlobe. This scene immediately reminded people of many legends about him. Every part of his body was emitting an evil aura. Furthermore, he was ruthless and bloodthirsty. Women who fell into his hands would often beg for death. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she wouldn't be able to last more than a month in his hands. Therefore, no one within a 1,000-mile radius was comparable to his evil reputation. Note, requesting for a few monthly votes. Chapter 131. After going up the martial stage, Tuoba Ye's bewitching eyes swept across the crowd and finally landed on Mulieni's delicate body. Mulieni's delicate body shivered as her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of fear. This gaze was too piercing, as though it was going to skin her alive. This gaze wasn't just evil, it was also bloodthirsty and filled with ruthless bloodlust. It was as though he was going to pounce and bite with his sharp teeth at the next moment. Mu family head, will the final victor of this marriage martial competition be able to marry this delicate daughter of yours? Tuoba Ye asked. Mu Yencheng replied with a gloomy expression, of course. Tuoba Ye continued asking, then will the treasure pearl be used as a dowry? Mu Yencheng's expression changed as he replied, of course. Tuoba Ye laughed and said, all right, then let Castle Lord Li Guinong bear witness. If the final victor is me, and Mu Lieni doesn't marry me and the treasure pearl isn't given to me, then I'll slaughter the entire Mu clan. Not even a blade of grass will survive. Immediately, he stared at Li Guinong with his lightning-fast eyes. All right, I will bear witness. Li Guinong said slowly, but you have to swear that if you lose the martial competition, then you will never touch anything of the Mu clan, be it Mu Lieni or the Mu clan's treasure pearl. You have to swear on the twin moons and twin suns and the chaos land. Tuoba Ye raised his palm and said, the twin moons and twin suns are above and the chaos land is below. If I lose this martial competition, then I will never touch Mu Lieni or the fire immunity chilling pearl. If I violate the oath, then the entire Raging Flames Castle's Tuoba clan shall be exterminated and their generations shall never be reincarnated. Once this oath was made, everyone's expression changed, as this was the most vicious oath. Immediately after, Tuoba Ye said to Mu Yencheng, Mu clan head, it is your turn. Mu Yencheng's expression changed as he gritted his teeth and said, the twin moons and twin suns are above and the chaos land is below. If Tuoba Ye wins this martial competition, I will marry Mu Lieni to him and give the fire immunity chilling pearl as a dowry. If I violate the oath, then my Mu clan shall be exterminated. This oath was extremely vicious. Tuoba Ye let out an evil laugh and said, then shall we invite Yan Nantian? At this time, Yang Dingtian's courtyard was still closed. Li Guinong said indifferently to Shimen Bao behind him, you go up. Yes. Shimen Bao replied. Then, he squatted down and shot out like a cannonball. He landed on the stage with a loud bang, causing the entire stage to shake. Your opponent is me, Shimen Bao said coldly. Although his figure was not loud, it was extremely penetrating. Tuoba Ye's expression changed slightly. When Shimen Bao suddenly leaped onto the martial stage, he could tell that Shimen Bao's aura presence was extremely ferocious and shocking. In terms of pure mystic qi, Shimen Bao might not be weaker than Tuoba Ye. Where is Yan Nantian? Tuoba Ye asked coldly. Defeat me first. Shimen Bao said. Good. I also feel that Yan Nantian is too weak. It would be an unfair victory. It would be better to have an evenly matched opponent. Tuoba Ye sneered. Immediately, the butler stepped forward and said, please sign the life and death agreement. Tuoba Ye and Shimen Bao went forward to sign the life and death agreement. Instantly, everyone's expression turned grave. It was obvious that when facing such a vicious person like Tuoba Ye, they would not rest until one of them was dead. On the martial stage, blades and swords have no eyes. Life and death are up to the heavens. Killing is not a crime. The butler read out the life and death agreement before he struck the golden drum and yelled out, "Begin." Jia! Shiman Bao burst out with a yell and brandished the giant demon-subduing pestle in his hand, smashing it at Tuoba. There was a loud bang, and a bundle of raging flames burst out. This Shiman Bao's attack was extremely ferocious. Furthermore, the wooden sword castle's advantage was the use of swords. Li Guinong also used swords, but no one expected his most outstanding disciple to be using the giant demon-subduing pestle. Tuoba swung his sharp sword horizontally. He forcefully blocked the raging flames that burst out from the demon-subduing pestle. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Tuoba's body was pushed back dozens of meters. The artifact sword in his hand was instantly burned red. Amazing! Everyone cried out in surprise. Not only were they praising Shiman Bao's prowess, but they were also exclaiming at Tuoba's prowess. Such a treacherous person was actually able to forcefully receive Shiman Bao's ferocious attack. After Shiman Bao's ferocious attack, his figure flashed as he brandished the demon-subduing pestle crazily and struck at Tuoba like a torrential storm. Each move was more ferocious and faster than the previous. In an instant, there was only one Shiman Bao on the martial stage, but the demon-subduing pestle in his hand seemed to have turned into a few dozen, and even 100. Finally, it was like a golden wall that was crushing at Tuoba. The originally black demon-subduing pestle was getting redder and redder, and it was ultimately burned red by the mystic chi. As for Tuoba, he was forced to a corner of the martial stage and was using his agile movement skills to evade. This Shiman Bao's attack was simply too ferocious. It was truly overwhelming, and no one dared to face it head-on. In an instant, Mu Liancheng looked at Li Guinong with eyes filled with admiration. Sect Patriarch Li, in less than 20 years, nephew Shiman will be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the wooden sword castle. Mu Liancheng said, most importantly, he can actually transform the sword into a pestle. Sect Patriarch Li is truly a peerless genius. Right now, Shiman Bao had the absolute advantage in this battle. The ferocious demon-subduing pestle had already forced Tuoba to the smallest corner of the martial stage and had nowhere to retreat to. Toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Shiman Bao roared as he swept the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. Boom! In an instant, the fiery red demon-subduing pestle burst out with a giant wall of fire. The wall of fire was a few dozen feet in size and was pressing at Tuoba. Tuoba tapped his feet and flew into the sky. He leaped up for a few dozen meters and evaded the ferocious wall of fire. Stars burst. Shiman Bao shot into the sky like a cannonball while the demon-subduing pestle in his hand struck at Tuoba. Pong, 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 countless fiery red light rays were shot out and blasted at Tuoba's entire body. Tuoba's body moved horizontally as he shuttled between the mystic chi-killing lights. It was as though he was threading a needle and looked extremely thrilling. Heaven and earth upheaval. Shiman Bao let out a thunderous roar as the demon-subduing pestle in his hand shot out a few dozen feet long fiery killing light. It then revolved and swirled crazily. In an instant, the entire martial stage was enveloped by the fiery radiance, which formed a terrifying mystic chi whirlpool that was frenziedly slicing the air. Everyone present held their breaths as they looked at this scene with astonishment. Mu Liancheng couldn't help but exclaim, nephew Shiman is truly ferocious. Even an expert who is 3 or 4 grades higher than him would have to evade him. Right now, Tuoba was like a small wooden boat on a stormy sea. He was dancing crazily and might be torn into pieces by this horrifying killing light at any moment. Kill him, kill him. Everyone in the Mu clan docks felt their blood boiling as they cheered loudly. Dismember this lecherous bandit into thousands of pieces. Even Mu Lianyi was looking at this scene with extraordinary splendor. This senior brother Shiman Bao was truly much stronger than Yan Nantian. He was so ferocious that it was truly admirable. Ha, you have finished your performance, right? It is my turn now. Suddenly, Tuoba, who was in a perilous situation and was drifting in the stormy sea, let out a sneer. Meteor butterfly sword. A clear roar. Tuoba's figure suddenly turned into a white light and dove into the demon subduing Pestil's red killing light whirlpool like a meteor. He merged with his sword and thrusted towards Shiman Bao's head. The speed was extremely fast like lightning as the sharp sword directly pierced into Shiman Bao's head. There was an unforeseen event as everyone exclaimed. Blood Devil Golden Dipper. Shiman Bao let out a roar as a surge of mystic chi mixed with blood mist burst out from his body. His clothes were torn apart while his hair was instantly severed. Fresh blood and mystic chi congealed into a protective barrier which condensed around his body, causing his entire body to be enveloped in a layer of golden blood-red radiance. The Blood Devil Golden Dipper was a powerful protective mystic skill. It turned mystic chi and fresh blood into an energy barrier which allowed one's body to be invulnerable. In an instant, Tuoba's sharp sword couldn't even move an inch as his entire body was suspended in midair. This Blood Devil Golden Dipper was truly powerful and truly invulnerable. After blocking Tuoba's attack, Shiman Bao's hands curled around the demon subduing pestle. Swish! In an instant, the fiery red demon subduing pestle shot towards Tuoba. Ha ha ha! Tuoba laughed heartily as the sharp sword in his hand trembled slightly. In an instant, the sword tip emitted a lump of black radiance. Swish! Immediately after, this black radiance pierced into the Blood Devil Golden Dipper and into Shiman Bao's head. Such a powerful Blood Devil Golden Dipper was actually broken. Shiman Bao was astonished as he clenched his fists and shot out powerful mystic chi, pushing his body back dozens of meters like a cannonball and evading Tuoba's sharp sword. At the same time, the fiery red demon subduing pestle thrust towards Tuoba's body. Tuoba turned his wrist and rolled up his sleeves. In an instant, a mystic chi whirlpool appeared on his arm. This incomparably violent demon subduing pestle was actually sucked into the whirlpool. Such a ferocious demon subduing pestle was actually subdued by Tuoba's sleeve. Li Guinong's expression changed. He didn't expect for Tuoba's wind attribute martial skills to be so skillful. This Tai Chi whirlpool was obviously a small force that easily subdued the powerful demon subduing pestle. Hugh. Within Tuoba's Tai Chi whirlpool, the demon subduing pestle spun faster and faster. Swish! When it reached its fastest speed, the fiery red demon subduing pestle shot towards the retreating Shiman Bao. Immobilize! Shiman Bao roared and clamped his hands in the air, trying to use his powerful mystic chi to suck in this demon subduing pestle. Torrential Demon Flower Sword. Tuoba yelled out clearly as his figure instantly turned into countless clones. Countless sharp swords and countless radiances. They were like a torrential rain as they shot towards Shiman Bao. Protect! Shiman Bao rapidly spun the demon subduing pestle and blocked Tuoba's countless sword flowers. Pong, 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 countless sword flowers shot onto the demon subduing pestle and emitted blue radiances. It was like a blossoming flower flame that was extremely dazzling. Swish, 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 this Shiman Bao was truly formidable. With the demon subduing pestle in his hand, he was actually able to completely block Tuoba's sword flowers. Dozens of swords. Hundreds of swords. Thousands of swords. They were actually completely blocked. Ha, alright, I shall not play with you anymore. Tuoba suddenly laughed loudly and said, you can die now. Soul-breaking devil sword's first move, soul-bewitching crescent slash. Die. With a ruthless yell, Tuoba bent his body and slashed with the sharp sword in his hand. In an instant, Tuoba's hand shot out a dazzling radiance which condensed into a giant crescent sword light and shot out. Block. Shiman Bao grabbed onto the demon subduing pestle and used all his strength to block. Bang! In an instant, the incomparably tough demon subduing pestle was severed from the middle while the crescent sword light struck Shiman Bao's chest. A bright red crack appeared on Shiman Bao's chest, and then a blood mist violently sprayed out from it. Shiman Bao's muscular body flew out over 100 meters like a straw. In mid-air, a giant crack appeared on his chest while fresh blood gushed out like a spring. Baozi! Li Guinong exclaimed and suddenly soared into the sky. He caught Shiman Bao, who was gushing with fresh blood, and quickly stuffed an elixir into Shiman Bao's mouth and sealed the blood vessels in his chest. Everyone present was silent as they watched this scene with fear. This Tuoba Yi was actually so terrifying. At the start, he seemed to be on the defensive and was frantically dodging, but in fact, he was just taking a stroll. The final mystic skill instantly killed Shiman Bao. Shiman Bao was already so powerful and had already broken through to the great mystic martial master realm. But when facing Tuoba Ye's mystic skill, the soul-breaking devil sword, he was instantly killed in the first move. Who wants to challenge me? Tuoba Ye spoke coldly as he looked at the burning incense. Only 2 inches of incense were left, and there were at most 10 minutes left. Who else wants to challenge me? Tuoba Ye spoke coldly again. No one replied. His earlier sharpness was indeed chilling. Right now, Mu Lianyi's beautiful eyes were staring at the entrance with infatuation. Xingwen, why aren't you here yet? You promised that you would come back and marry me in at most 5 years. Today is already the last day. Have you forgotten? If you are still not here, I am going to die. Time passed minute by minute, and the incense stick burned bit by bit. Mu Lianyi's longing lover had yet to arrive, and the end of the martial contest was getting closer. When the incense was 1 inch away, Mu Lianyi was already in despair. Her beautiful face was already devoid of blood. Ha 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 ha. Tuoba Yi laughed arrogantly and said, Mu clan head, you can prepare for the wedding. Today, I am going to consummate my marriage with your daughter. Also, prepare the fire immunity chilling pearl. Everyone in the Mu clan docks had an ashen expression as they could only watch Tuoba Ye's arrogant behavior. Yan Nantian? Where did you go, you cowardly turtle? Do you dare to come out and fight? There is no time left. Tuoba Yi yelled out. Yan Nantian, your woman is going to be mine. Your treasure pearl is going to be mine. Don't worry, I will treat Mu Lianyi well. I will make her beg for death. Once these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Yan Nantian, do you dare to come out and fight? Tuoba Yi continued yelling. Mu Lianyi first took a glance at the entrance and then at Yang Dingtian's courtyard. Note. Chapter 132. Wu Xingwen didn't come, and Yang Dingtian's courtyard door was still shut. Mu Lianyi clenched her teeth and said, I am here to fight with you. Finishing her statement, Mu Lianyi leaped onto the martial stage. Everyone was shocked while Tuoba Ye's expression changed as he asked, You are here? Why? Am I not allowed? Mu Lianyi spoke coldly, Not only do you have to go through your love rival, but you also have to go through me. Sure. Tuoba Yi laughed and said, But you are merely a 5-star mystic martial warrior and are far from Shiman Bao. Can you withstand a single move from me? I can't. Mu Lianyi said, But as long as I die, I don't have to marry you, and I don't have to give you the fire immunity chilling pearl. Tuoba Ye's expression changed, and so did everyone else. My daughter doesn't want it. Mu Lianqing exclaimed before Tuoba Yi said, You can take the fire immunity chilling pearl and let my daughter go. How about that? No. Tuoba Yi spoke coldly, I want the treasure pearl, but I want the woman even more. As long as I fancy a woman, no one can escape. Mu Lianyi sneered and said, You can't have the woman or the treasure pearl. Finishing her statement, she drew her long sword abruptly. Tuoba Yi spoke coldly, You want to die? It won't be that easy. Even if you die, do you think you will be free? No, no, no. Even if you die, I will let you suffer all kinds of humiliation. Mu Lianyi's delicate body shivered as she revealed an appalled expression. This Tuoba Yi was actually so perverted and cruel. Then I will let myself die without a complete corpse and shatter all my bones. Mu Lianyi let out a miserable yell before circulating all her mystic qi and rushed at Tuoba Yi. Xingwen, farewell forever. Mu Lianyi's delicate body pounced at Tuoba Yi like a moth darting into a flame. At the instant of contact, she would detonate her own qi vessel and shatter all her bones. Even if she had to die, she didn't want herself to suffer any humiliation. Even if she had to die, she wouldn't fall into the hands of this evil thief. No! Mu Lianqing exclaimed as he suddenly soared into the sky. Bang! There was a loud sound. Yang Dingtian's courtyard suddenly emitted a loud noise. The roof instantly shattered, and a huge hole appeared. Yang Dingtian's body shot out and landed on the martial stage ruthlessly. He landed in between Tuoba Yi and Mu Lianyi. Tuoba Yi, your opponent is me. Looking at Tuoba Yi, Yang Dingtian spoke coldly. Then, he turned to the stunned Mu Lianyi and smiled. You are at the most beautiful moment of your life. How can you bear to let it wither away? Finishing his statement, Yang Dingtian pushed Mu Lianyi out of the contest stage. Tuoba Yi, your opponent is me. The time hasn't passed yet, right? Tuoba Yi looked at Yang Dingtian and immediately laughed heartily. You are truly blinded by lust. You don't even want your life for a beauty. Since you are here to die, why should I reject you? Next, I will show everyone the art of killing. Towards the end, Tuoba Yi's eyes were filled with coldness and cruelty. Mu Lianqing was about to go crazy as he shouted, Yan Nantian, come down. We admit defeat. Li Guinong also placed Shimen Bao down and yelled, Yan Nantian, you are not his opponent. Come down. Yang Dingtian spoke coldly, since I am here, I will not be going down. Tuoba Yi, you cannot bring the beauty away. Neither can you bring the treasure away. Tuoba Yi brandished his sharp sword and burst out with sinister and horrifying killing aura. He pointed at Yang Dingtian and laughed sternly, I am still lacking a urinal. Your head is not bad. Let me borrow it. The first rank of the pig-slaying sword art and the 5-element yin-yang array allowed Yang Dingtian to break through 19 ranks. What about the second rank? It was almost impossible for any martial techniques in the world to have any breakthroughs when learning the second rank. However, the pig-slaying sword art could because it was unique. After 12 hours of cultivation, the second rank of the yin-yang heaven and earth sword allowed Yang Dingtian to break through to the second rank. Yang Dingtian advanced from a 3-star mystic martial warrior to a 5-star mystic martial warrior. This was a heaven-defying 2 ranks. However, this was far from enough. Shimen Bao was such a powerful 1-star great mystic martial warrior, but he was defeated by Tuoba Yi. He didn't even have any chance to retaliate and was instantly killed by Tuoba Yi. A 5-star mystic martial warrior was 16 ranks away from Shimen Bao and even further away from Tuoba Yi. There was a difference of more than 10 ranks and 2 ranks. In the thousands of years of history, there wasn't a single instance of victory or survival. The only outcome was instant death. That's right, instant death. He couldn't even resist. Therefore, Li Guinong and Mu Lianqing thought that Yang Dingtian was crazy. In order to save Mu Lianyi and the fire immunity chilling pearl, he didn't even want his life. Big brother Yan, come down. We admit defeat. Mu Lianyi yelled at Yang Dingtian. It is too late. Tuoba Yi spoke coldly, Yan Nantian killed my substitute. He will definitely die, and he will die in the most miserable way. Tuoba Yi, how about we change the duel method? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Neither method will be able to save you. Tuoba Yi replied. That's right, this duel was even crazier than the duel with Qin Shaobai. During the duel with Qin Shaobai, it was only a 1-rank difference. Today, it was a 2-rank difference. During the duel with Qin Shaobai, Yang Dingtian had to use the sword soul. Today, he didn't have any more sword soul. Everyone held their breaths and waited to see what kind of method Yang Dingtian would use to fight. Yang Dingtian laughed and said, "During the duel with senior brother Shiman, you only used the first, second, and third moves of the Soul Break Devil Sword. It is such a pity. That is the true killer move." "That's right. The second move is a few times stronger than the first move. The third move is a few times stronger than the second move." Tuoba Yi spoke coldly, "Shiman Bao's level isn't qualified for me to use the second move." Yang Dingtian said, "I want to try the last two moves of your Soul Break Devil Sword and see how powerful they are." Once this statement was out, everyone exclaimed. Yang Dingtian was crazy. He was definitely crazy. Shiman Bao was so powerful, but he was instantly killed by the first move of Tuoba Ye's Soul Break Devil Sword. Right now, he actually felt that he didn't die easily enough and wanted to experience the second and third moves of the Soul Break Devil Sword. This was completely crazy. "Yan Nantian, you are crazy. Come down now." Mu Yanqing yelled out frantically. "It's too late." Tuoba Yi yelled out and then said to Yang Dingtian, "All right, I will let you have a taste." "No, the duel is cancelled," Mu Yanqing said and was about to leap onto the dueling stage to bring Yang Dingtian away. Swish 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 swish. Suddenly, over a dozen black figures shot out from the lake and landed around the dueling stage. These people were all enveloped in a black cloak. Every one of them was stronger than the great mystic martial master and was an elder of the Raging Flames Pavilion. Swish! Immediately after, a fiery red arrow shot into the sky. From afar, there was a dense sound of horse hooves. A few hundred black cavalry troops came from all directions and surrounded the entire Mu clan docks tightly. They were ready to charge in at any time. Tuoba Yi looked at Mu Yanqing and said coldly, "If anyone dares to disrupt the duel today, I will exterminate the entire Mu clan docks." Yang Dingtian turned to Mu Yanqing and said, "Uncle Mu, let me try. Trust me." "No," Mu Yanqing said resolutely. Yang Dingtian had a stern expression as he mouthed, "Stand down. This is an order." Mu Yanqing suddenly drew his sharp sword and placed it on his neck. His attitude was clear. If Yang Dingtian didn't withdraw from the duel, he would die in front of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian looked at him and mouthed, "Uncle Mu, do you trust City Lord Shiman?" Mu Yanqing nodded. Of course, he trusted Shiman Wuya. In his heart, Shiman Wuya was a godlike figure and was omnipotent. "Then you should trust me," Yang Dingtian said slowly. Mu Yanqing was startled. "Stand down," Yang Dingtian said slowly. Mu Yanqing went silent for a moment before he put down his sharp sword and said resolutely, "Just remember that when you die, the Mu clan's members will die together." Then, Mu Yanqing left the dueling stage. After Mu Yanqing left, Yang Dingtian looked at Tuoba Yi and said, "If I can withstand your remaining two mystic skills, what will happen?" "Ha, dream on." Tuoba Yi laughed and said, "The second move will shatter your bones." "What if?" "I am talking about what if." Yang Dingtian laughed. Tuoba Yi laughed and said, "If you can withstand my remaining two mystic skills and not die, then it will be your win today. How about it? Mu Yeni will be yours, and the fire immunity chilling pearl will be yours. It's a deal." Yang Dingtian said. "It's a deal." Tuoba Yi said, "I swear by the twin moons and twin suns in the sky and the primal chaos land." "All right." Yang Dingtian said loudly, "If I can withstand your two mystic skills and not die, then I will win today's duel." "Then, let's begin." "Begin." Tuoba Ye's first mystic skill instantly killed the one-star great mystic martial master, Shiman Bao. Yang Dingtian slowly raised his sharp sword and waited to receive Tuoba Ye's second mystic skill. Soul Break Devil Sword's second move, Mountain Splitting Berserk Sword. Die. With a roar, Tuoba Ye's sharp sword was crazily brandished. Countless white light swords shot into the sky and condensed dozens of meters in the air. Finally, it condensed into a giant light sword that was dozens of meters long. It slashed down at Yang Dingtian's head. It was incomparably fast and powerful, and it let out a thunderous sound in the air. Under this giant light sword, Yang Dingtian's body appeared so weak and small. As expected, the first move of the Soul Break Devil Sword looked much more terrifying than the first move. Yin Yang Heaven and Earth Sword's second move, Formless Sword. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's body was like a soft shadow that shuttled through the air. It was incomparably fast and agile. Hoo. That light sword instantly slashed down. However, Yang Dingtian's formless sword seemed to be avoiding the wind as it accurately dodged every inch of the light sword's killing radiance. That's right, the light sword that burst out from the mystic skill was extremely powerful. It was formless and shadowless, and was completely formed by mystic chi. Therefore, it was impossible for every inch of it to be filled with fatal killing radiance. However, the formless sword seemed to be able to sense the terrifying sword radiance's energy in advance and use the fastest speed and the most precise angle to dodge. Therefore, an incomparably stunning scene appeared. Yang Dingtian was like an extremely nimble kite that floated gracefully in the air. It seemed like he was drifting with the waves and also seemed like he was dancing on the tip of a blade. It was as though his body didn't have any bones, and it was as though his body didn't have any weight. This was the pig-slaying sword art. It didn't have any fixed moves. The emphasis was on the spirit and not the form. The emphasis was on the sensing and circulation of the mystic chi and not the moves on the surface. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Mu Lianyi, Mu Liancheng, and Li Guinong were all stunned. To be honest, even though Mu Liancheng had retreated from the martial stage, he didn't feel that Yang Dingtian had any chance of blocking Tuoba Ye's Soul Break Devil Sword. He only had the thought of immediately committing suicide to accompany Yang Dingtian in death. Li Guinong might know that Yang Dingtian's talent was astounding, but he definitely didn't expect Yang Dingtian to be able to resist Tuoba Ye's Soul Break Devil Sword. After all, Yang Dingtian was only a mystic martial warrior. At this moment, Mu Lianyi was truly stunned by Yang Dingtian. Even someone as formidable as Yang Dingtian was instantly killed by Tuoba Ye's mystic skill. However, Yang Dingtian was actually able to remain unscathed under such a lethal killing move. Boom! 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 That wind sword's speed was getting faster and eventually slashed at everything in the surroundings. Trees were turned into dust. Giant stone pillars were turned into dust. Brick houses were turned into smithereens. Sparks burst out while dust soared into the sky. The mountain splitter berserk sword had entered the most frenzied and berserk state and possessed terrifying destructive power. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's figure was completely buried by the dust. PFFF. Suddenly, a blood sword was shot out. Ha! Tuoba Ye laughed loudly and said, "Kid, Tuoba Ye's performance might have blinded me, but he still died under my sword." Boom! The wind shadow sword finally slashed onto a piece of the martial stage. There was a loud sound, and the entire martial stage split open from the middle. Gradually, the dust settled, and the cloud of dust dispersed. Everyone was appalled to see Yang Dingtian standing in the center, unscathed. Hu! Yang Dingtian let out a long breath of relief. Immediately, a strand of hair fell from his forehead. During the wind shadow sword's berserk slaughter, his speed wasn't fast enough and was sliced off by the sword radiance formed from mystic chi. How is this possible? Tuoba Ye exclaimed, "Why aren't you dead yet? How is this possible?" Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian with disbelief. They all thought that he was dead for sure, but who knew that he was still unscathed? Tuoba Ye's expression instantly turned extremely unpleasant. He previously said that he was going to eliminate Yang Dingtian in 2 moves. Now that the first move was over, Yang Dingtian actually didn't die. If Yang Dingtian still didn't die in the next move, then Tuoba Ye would suffer a crushing defeat. Therefore, Tuoba Yi had to use all his strength for the third move and kill Yang Dingtian. Tuoba Yi's expression instantly turned grave as he spoke to Yang Dingtian coldly. Your movement skill is indeed very strange and can dodge my mystic skill. Let's see how you are going to dodge the third move. Tempest Sword. Tuoba Yi roared and leaped up. The artifact sword in Tuoba Yi's hand turned into a lump of cold radiance as it danced in the air. Tuoba Yi used all his strength for the third mystic skill, and the power was several-fold stronger than before. He had to dismember Yang Dingtian into thousands of pieces. Note: you're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.